of the Township of Parsippany-Troy Hills Board of Adjustment. It is Wednesday, January 28, 2026, and it is 5:30 p.m. Announcement is made that adequate notice of this meeting has been given and that it is being conducted in accordance with NJSA 10:4-6 at sec of the New Jersey Open Public Meetings Act. Roll call, Mr. Berkowitz.
Here.
Mr. Jaskowitz.
Here.
Mr. Massarella.
Present.
Mr. Modi.
Present.
Ms. Neglia.
Present.
Mr. Reddy.
Present.
Chairwoman Grignani.
Present.
We also have our board planner, Mr. Chadwick.
Present.
Our board engineer, Mr. Lamanowitz.
Here.
And our board attorney, Mr. Johnson.
Here.
Would you please stand and join us in saying the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on something other than what is on our agenda for this evening? I see none. Application 2438, Islamic Community Cultural Center, 879 South Bevwick Road, Block 764, Lot 34, Zone R1-RW. Preliminary and final site plan with CD variance to construct a 3-story addition. This application has been carried from our October 22nd, 2025 meeting. Mr. Shepis?
Good evening.
Good
Thank
evening.
you for having us. I should say good afternoon. So, may I be seated?
Please.
Okay. Well, we're here again in order to continue the presentation. We have heard various concerns or numerous concerns relative to the sufficiency of on-site parking. In an effort to address the issue, we've explored 2 avenues. The first avenue would be to acquire land from an adjoining owner. So you're going to hear testimony tonight about those efforts, which were to no avail. We were hopeful to buy something contiguous in order to expand the parking or otherwise create additional parking in order to help service this use. In addition, we've looked at the possibility of providing additional parking within the spaces that we have. And one of the possibilities that we've come up with that we would like to present this evening, which would be subject to future plan modifications, is the possibility of stackers. It's a mechanical means of creating additional on-site parking. The project architect, Mr. Accardi, has an exhibit with him this evening and would like to briefly talk about this, and then we can move on to Mr. Kokar's testimony addressing other factual issues. So Mr. Accardi was previously sworn, and he previously placed his credentials on the record as an architect. If there's means to dispense with having them sworn in again.
Sure, you understand you're still under oath?
I do.
And nothing's changed with respect to your credentials,
No.
correct? Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Accardi, you heard my opening comments with regard. Well, let me just, yeah, you know, why don't you do that?
What exhibit are we up to, do you know? Mr. Shepis, do you know what exhibit we're up to? Mr. Shepis, do you know what exhibit number we're up to?
It's,
For the record, please note that Mr. Croce is present. They haven't.
I have 4 exhibits to date, so I believe we're up to A5.
So A5 with today's date.
A5? Okay, Mr. Cardi, I'm going to ask you the assignment that you were handed with regard to endeavoring to create additional on-site parking, what means that you've investigated in order to effectuate that, and ultimately what you've come up with as a possibility in order to address parking concern.
Sure. Multi-level stacker systems are very common in, you see it in New York City, open-air parking garages. You see it out here, multifamily housing, wherever space is at a premium, you see them used quite often. So what we're proposing here is a 2-level stacker system, let's call it, for a total of 22 units. It's 44 vehicles. These units, I'm just going to go through kind of the nuts and bolts, and there'll be testimony later about the parking spaces and how that plays in with the overall site plan. Each of these stacker units, or the system for each location, is custom designed for every application. They are hydraulically operated with a key switch, and they all have a battery backup. These can be used indoor or outdoor locations. We're proposing, for those on the board, what I handed out, the stacker spaces are indicated in red. And on the board to my right, the stacker spaces are indicated in a gray shade. There's no special building requirements other than some fire suppression, which of course will all be done per code. The only time special provisions need to be made is when these stackers go to 3 or 4 high. They sometimes incorporate catwalks for both maintenance and firefighting issues. I mentioned there's a full fire suppression system that'll be coming off of the building system. Regarding maintenance, they get yearly cleaning and quarterly maintenance from both the manufacturer and the installer. As far as the operation of these units, it is we will keep them in the up position at all times, other than when the double stacker is needed. Then they will be brought down to the lower position. A car will be driven onto it and then lifted up into the upper position. When the lift is in the upper position, you don't have to drive onto a ramp of any sort. It'll just be a concrete driveway underneath the building in this case. As you know, we have a slight slope to the parking area under the building. That's why the stacker spaces start at a certain point. These are made to be on a slope. There is a special kit to modify them to be on the slope. And as I mentioned, these will be valet operated, or someone's going to be assigned from staff to operate these. Residents will not have access to any of that. So during the period of time when these are needed, someone will be there to operate the units.
All right, so Mr. Carty, is it fair to say that these stackers would not be utilized except in the occasions when there are, I'll say, religious services being conducted on the property that necessitates the additional parking?
That's correct.
Okay. And in the photograph that's appended or that's included on Exhibit A5, it shows this particular stacker device in operation. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And some of the vehicles are noted as being elevated, and there's cars parked underneath.
That's correct.
So why don't you talk about how it is that the cars will be parked underneath when the stacker above is elevated?
So in a normal circumstance, say during the week or when there's not the need for them, the stacker will be elevated and empty, no vehicle on top, and the residents or people attending can pull in underneath there as they would pull into a normal parking spot.
Okay. And how wide would the spot be underneath the stacker?
Everything is custom designed. You can go 8 feet, 8.5 feet. It goes center to center. The posts are quite narrow to fit in any parking space, so it's custom designed per the building.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you'd be able to park the standard automobile underneath this stacker?
Yes.
Now, let's talk about the space that's on the stacker. So we have the opportunity to create an additional, I'll say, 20 or 22 parking spaces, depending on the number of stackers. When the vehicle is parked on the stacker, presumably there's no car underneath. So how does that work? Say there's a vehicle parked in the space under the stacker.
Right.
How would one effectuate having 2 cars parked in that space?
The valet or whatever staff person is assigned to this would take the car, back it out from underneath the space. Then the lift would be lowered down to lower position, and then that car would be driven onto the lift and then lifted up.
Okay, so is it fair to say that this would occur in advance of these religious events so that there'd be no need to jockey cars while people are endeavoring to park.
Yes, it's anticipated that residents in the building would be assigned one of these stacker units, and their vehicle would be lifted up.
Okay, so there would have to be a coordination with the building residents in order to effectuate this plan.
That's correct.
Okay, so let's talk about the height between the top of the stacker and the ceiling. What kind of distance do you have?
Actually, that varies. We're limited. We have a 12-foot ceiling height at the lowest portion, and that gradually increases as we get to the rear of the property. So at that level, we have approximately plus or minus 6 feet for the lower level and about 5 feet for a car on the upper level.
Okay, so is it fair to say that there's nobody in the vehicle when it's being elevated to the upper level of the
No,
stacker?
that's all done at grade with a key switch.
Okay, so the vehicle is placed on the stacker, the button is pressed, the vehicle rises, and then you have the space below.
That's correct.
Okay, now, is there any special fire retardant or other infrastructure that's necessary in order to safeguard the building as relates to these cars being placed on stackers below?
From my research and talking to different manufacturers, for a two-stacker system, it's the normal building fire suppression that's used. Anytime it goes more than too high, there'll be special additional heads placed and catwalks to get access to those levels.
Okay, but that doesn't pertain here.
That's right.
Now, as the project architect, did you design this building to have a specific fire rating as it relates to the lower level of the building in relationship to the parking garage?
There'll be fire separation between the garage level and the first residential floor.
And what type of fire rating is proposed?
I believe it's 2 hours. We didn't get to that level of detail yet.
Okay. With regard to the device itself, is it electric, is it hydraulic, how does it work?
It's hydraulic, it's key activated, and it could be an all-weather or it could be enclosed in a garage.
Now, you are proposing them to be located under the building in the garage. Is there a reason that you selected that location apart from the grade as compared to putting it outside?
Not specifically, I just think it's better to have it indoors.
Okay. Now, do you envision that these stackers would be used at any other time than these religious ceremonies?
If there's a need for it, but I don't think we anticipate it at this time.
Okay. Have you looked at any other aspects associated with the stackers that would have either presented an architectural or a safety issue associated with using them under the building?
No, there are no issues.
Okay, so as far as you could see, is from an architectural standpoint, this is a safe alternative in order to create some 20 or 22 parking spaces on site without adding any more pavement.
Yes, it is.
Okay. I don't have anything further, Mr. Arcardi, at this time.
Could you, first of all, get us examples of other residential communities that use this? Because the only time I've ever seen this is in parking lots in New York City.
Yes,
But
I will get
I never
locations.
heard of it
Please.
residential. So then my question is, first of all, the lower level, are they pulling on to a ramp of sorts, or is that on the cement?
That's on the cement. There's,
So they just-
there's nothing on the ground.
And then the second level is just elevated all the time? It's brought forward when it's needed?
It just
Drops.
goes up and down. It doesn't come out at all.
So if
The-
someone's parked in the spot,
Right,
and the spot is needed
right.
above, someone has to move the bottom spot,
That's correct.
pull it out, put the car up, and then put it back in.
That's correct.
Okay. So first question is, because I've only seen it in New York and you're not allowed to go to that area.
Right.
You're talking about a cultural center where you can have kids running around, people walking around. You really think that's a safe idea to have this kind of apparatus where it's not a business, it's a living arrangement? You think that's safe?
Well, the idea is to have a dedicated person that would be his job when the situation is needed.
So now let's say it's a Thursday night and, when we do these applications and the parking is always right where it needs to be to get the approval per se. But sometimes that's not realistic and there could be, instead of 1.6 cars per unit, there's 2.1. You don't think those residents are going to want to be able to use the apparatus when it's not a religious ceremony?
I think that's just going to have to be worked out with the management of the building.
But you're testifying that it's going to be used for religious services, when in reality, it could be used all the time. And are you telling me if it's going to be used all the time, you're going to have someone sitting there 24/7, up and down?
They'd have to make arrangements with the building.
Yeah, okay.
So is the expectation then, just say a resident's car is sitting there on the bottom, that resident isn't home, right? They went out with one of their friends in their car, but now that spot's needed. Are they supposed to leave a key? Is the owner of the building going to have a key to every car that's there? Is that the expectation?
We'll have that addressed by Mr. Kokar. He'll address that's an operational.
Operation.
I have a question. When the car is a clear height for the first level car is 5'10". If there's a car upstairs, somebody needs to walk in that 5 feet 10 inches, get the car out? Is that the approved standard height?
Again, these lifts can stop at any level. It's just going to have to be coordinated. As we get down towards the rear of the property, that dimension is going to increase greatly. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but that's just going to have to be coordinated with vehicles will be assigned spots based on their size.
And can the SUVs or vans be fit in the spot of 5 feet 10 inches?
Again, that 5'10" is really arbitrary. It can go higher.
What happens if the car above it is?
It would have to be coordinated with the car above it, and there's limits on these. It doesn't keep going up until the car is crushed on top.
Well, obviously.
There's limits.
I would hope not, right?
Comes to confirm.
I wouldn't want to see my car out there like that. And now, you said it's 5'10", so just per se, I'm parked in that spot, right? I can't walk under to get my car, I'm going to hit my head. I'm
Again,
6'4".
If you're 6'4", then maybe you'll have a 6'4" space, or you wouldn't be allowed. You'd be allowed to drive it in there, but if the valet would be in and out and working the lift.
Mr. Cardy, you mentioned that this would be used for religious events. There are religious events several times a week, and parking presently is on the local streets. Is this operation going to be available to the people that come to the religious services during particular hours?
Yeah.
Or is it just for special religious events?
Again, I'm only testifying to the mechanics of it. I think you'd have to talk to the operational aspect of it with Mr. Kokar.
So you're not testifying to any of the safety aspects of the operation?
Safety, yes, but not in terms of, it's just going to have to be, it's an operational thing with kids running around, somebody mentioned before. I mean, yeah. I mean, maybe this is screened off or fenced in on the outsides.
I gotta tell you, it's that one was really creative. I just don't see how it's safe or makes sense for a community to have that kind of operation going underneath, where there's going to be people walking around at any time, kids, elderly, whatever you have. That just doesn't seem like that could be safe. It's creative, but I just don't think it makes sense.
Do we have any other questions from the board? Mr. Chadwick?
How'd you arrive at 22 spaces?
That's what can fit, given the grading underneath the garage. We spoke with the manufacturer, and they kind of limited it to a minimum of 12 feet in height.
So the space that's closest to the mosque, that would be coordinated with the car lift section diagram
Yes,
on the plan, so the lowest, or the least separation between the floor of the garage and the ceiling above is 11 feet, 9 3/4 inches.
Well, we figured on 12 feet, yes.
Okay. But the number of spaces is limited by the design of the building.
That's correct.
It has nothing to do with knowing the deficit then?
I'm sorry?
It has not, that 22 is a simple flat number by itself. It doesn't address what the total deficit of parking is.
Correct, this is just driven by the building architecture.
So if you're adding 22 spaces, how many were we short the last time? You remember, John?
They've never given a number.
Ah, that would help. One other question as far as safety goes. When it's in the up position and say nobody's parked underneath it, not necessarily kids that live in the building, but they're teenagers, and I was a kid once, what keeps anybody from going in there just climbing around on them? Is there anything, has anything been designed to keep that from happening?
No. No, well, it's key switch activated, but he's talking about.
No, I'm just talking about a kid climbing
up.
up it. I mean, you can climb up a pole. I climbed many things too when I was a kid.
Right, right.
Guess I wasn't the best kid.
The operation of the, you explained how it works. When you have Friday prayer, everybody arrives at once. Do we have 22 operators to deal with this situation, or?
So the thought is to, in advance, to raise everything up and have an open parking space below. So people could just come and go for services, and then the operator, the valet, could readjust the cars after everything was finished.
But how realistic is that if everybody who lives there is going to be parking underneath? Do you really think that makes any sense?
It's an operational function. It's this, that
So
would
you're
have
not
to
going to
be.
testify to that?
Pardon me?
Do you testify to that or somebody else?
No, somebody else.
Oh, somebody else, okay.
Mr. Corey, has any dimensional checks been done? In other words, can you get a 9-foot wide space but still fit what I'll call the curb on the platform and the mechanics and still get all this stuff in there?
If it's straight 9-foot spacing, we'd have to make some adjustments, but we do have those column widths where these could tuck in behind, so I believe something can be worked out.
Do you know if the platform does have a 9-foot wide platform?
It's all custom made depending on the application.
To that point, I think one of the variances you requested is a parking width variance, because you didn't have 9 feet because of the columns, correct?
Right.
So with this further... I think one of the variances that was requested is a parking space width variance, because you don't have 9 because of the columns, you have 8.5.
Right.
So does this further reduce that?
No, I believe one leg of this can tuck behind a column and we can shift the spaces around a little bit, but that needs to be explored a little further.
Well, you've got 3 spaces between each column, correct?
Right, right.
And you've got a mechanical apparatus on both sides of each space, correct?
That's correct.
So by its very nature, doesn't that decrease the amount of space available for these between
Yes,
each of
yes,
those columns?
yes. Mhm.
So then it would be less than 8.5 feet, correct?
I have to look into it, but maybe.
How could it not be?
perhaps. It's all custom made now. I don't know, to answer your question, I don't know how thick those rails are on the side.
But if that was part of the original variance, wouldn't you have, like, looked into that before coming back and presenting this?
Well,
Oh, sorry, was there another question?
I was about to ask that too. I mean, you're proposing it, but you're not sure it can work.
this came up very recently and we're putting,
And so it's being proposed, but it's not being said that it can work.
you can say that, I guess. yes.
Okay.
Do you know the minimum clearance height as per code
For,
for the parking space?
in the garage
In this system, what would be?
You mean, you say about the vehicle parking in with the lift up above it?
Yes.
I don't know that if there is such a code.
Do we have any questions from the board?
No.
Is there any questions from the audience?
So,
Excuse me.
Let me,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, Mr.
So
Johnson.
for most of you who were probably here the last time, what we've done in the past is there's an attorney here who's representing some of the neighbors, and we've allowed that attorney to ask his questions first in the hopes that he'll probably ask some of the same questions that you all are thinking of. Once he's done, then Chairwoman Grignani will invite members of the public to ask their questions, okay? Mr. Mills?
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Is this working?
Yes.
Good evening, members of the board. Thank you again, as always, for all the time you put in on this. Mr. Shepis, welcome. I'll try not to duplicate some of the questions that have already been asked. You indicated, sir, that these lifts are custom manufactured. Is that correct?
That's correct.
By whom?
This particular one is called, the wholesaler or retail is called Auto Park. This particular one is a German product called a War Park Lift.
Do you have any prior personal experience with this product?
I've specified them, but we have not had something constructed yet with them.
All right. Now, you indicated that a valet would be present
Correct.
for the purpose of operating this lift. Is that correct?
Correct.
How many valets in total do you envision?
That's an operational question for Mr. Kokar.
All right. And I suppose that that answer would also depend on what would happen if a number of vehicles showed up at once, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. What is the cycle time on this lift?
I do not know that answer.
Do you know if it requires a separate foundation to be installed in order to support it stably?
I do not know, but we would design the slab. There wouldn't be a separate footing for this because these would sit on the ground floor garage slab.
Do you know the length of the, I'll call them rails, but the trays on which the wheels will rest?
17 foot 1 inch, or 17 foot 3/4 inch.
Certainly longer than the wheelbase of the average motor vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Would that then mean that the trailing edge of these rails or guides would be sticking out in a place where people might walk into them?
Well, I think the parking spaces, we'd have to talk to civil or traffic, but if it's 20 feet, then it would be within the confines of the parking space.
Now, you indicated there's 12 feet of height beneath this building?
Correct. At the low end, yes.
All right. How much at the high end?
I do not have that answer.
How much height is available where these lifts would be installed?
It's 12 feet right now from concrete floor to the ceiling tile.
Would that not preclude, for example, the stacking of 2 minivans or 2 SUVs?
Yes.
It would preclude that?
Yes.
So then you have to be very choosy about the type of vehicle to rest in the upper tier, is that right?
That's correct. Spots would be assigned.
And if you had a normal vehicle in the upper tier, how much space would be available in the lower tier?
Again, it depends. Where the lift stops is flexible and can be programmed. It depends on what kind of vehicle is going to be on the upper tier.
So it's possible then that if you had a compact vehicle, if you will, on the lift, you also would have to have the applicant would have to have a compact vehicle underneath it.
Possibly. I don't know that for sure.
And that would encourage some logistical entanglement, would it not?
It just needs to be sorted out and spaces need to be assigned.
Do you envision any type of extended storage on the upper rack for example, the residential units? You're aware the applicant is seeking approval for 28 residential units, correct?
Correct.
Would those residents be relegated, if you will, to the upper level storage?
In a few discussions we've had, that would only happen when they need the lower parking spaces. So for the most part, that upper level is going to remain empty.
And I believe you indicated you were uncertain as to how the issue of motor vehicle keys would be dealt with for these
Correct.
upper level
That's
vehicles.
an operational question.
I see. Okay. With the, describe for me, if you will, what the fire suppression system looks like underneath over top of the parking, but underneath the building. What is it?
It'll be most likely a dry sprinkler system due to the cold, unless the ceiling is heated. It'll be a wet sprinkler system, but it'd be a flush-mounted heads at the ceiling level.
What do you mean flush mounted?
Just recessed into the ceiling so that nothing's sticking down.
It would not, meaning the fire suppression system would not in any way reduce the available height under the building?
That's correct.
And is that so incorporated in your architectural plans, that feature?
We haven't gotten that far.
So you can't then tell me what fire suppression system you have in mind then?
It's going to be a sprinkler system. It's going to be either a wet sprinkler system if it's a heated ceiling, or it's going to be a dry sprinkler system if the ceiling's not heated. Typically, we heat those because you get the comfort for the first floor residents.
What is the material that will form the ceiling above these parking areas?
It'll be an acoustic ceiling, like 2x2 or 2x4 with a special, like a Mylar surface for humidity, and they'll have hold-down clips for any kind of wind.
Wouldn't you need cement to support the weight of the uses
That's-
above it?
That's the finished ceiling that you're looking at. When you look up. Up above there, it's going to be steel and concrete structure.
In the event there were a fire, would not the multiplicity of stacked vehicles enhance the potential for damage by fire?
Sure, vehicle fire anywhere would be an issue.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further, Madam Chairman.
Could I ask a question in between? How long does it take, let's say it's working perfectly, car pulls up, how long does it take for the process to occur to get the car up into the spot?
I did not have that conversation
So you-
or ask that question.
So we don't know that. So, question, if prayers are 4 o'clock, let's just say, when do people show up? 5 to 4, 10 to 4?
Operational question for Mr.
Okay.
Kokar.
So my question would be, how would you get these cars up fast enough to let everybody get to the prayer session on time?
So
if you're doing 20 cars minimum,
I mentioned earlier that all this would be done in advance prior to any kind of prayer period or when they anticipate having to use these spaces. So when people come up for services, whether it's at 20 minutes before or 5 minutes before, there will be 22 open spots at the ground level.
yeah, but that doesn't make sense because the bottom has to be cleared for the top to be used.
Right.
Okay? You want to use both sets of spots so that you theoretically make up for the spots you don't have. How does the timing work? It sounds like to park 44 cars, would you need a minute a car? To go up and down, the same guy is going up, down, up, down? It doesn't sound like it.
If they choose to put the residents' cars up, for example, for that 3-hour period, whatever it is, they could do that an hour before, 2 hours before. So what I'm saying is, again, operational, but a half hour before, all the cars on the garage level would need to be elevated. So when people come in, and then coming down, those people leave, and then they bring the cars down.
Thank you.
Another, one question. You said there are sprinklers for the fire thing,
Yes.
but if the sprinklers are there, is this place is heated? Because in the winter it may freeze, right?
Yeah, typically, like I already mentioned, some building owners like to heat that ceiling so they could put a wet sprinkler system in, and it also heats the first residential floor, or some people choose to not heat it, leave it cold, in which case they'd put a dry sprinkler system in that's not going to freeze.
Okay.
I just have a couple additional questions. With respect to when a car is on the lift and the person underneath leaves because he's leaving he's done with the service, does that upper platform satisfy ADA for vertical clearance? Because if a visually impaired person comes, are they going to hit their head on the platform? Because their cane's not going to hit the platform that's up in the air. And I know that there's vertical requirements for that, even for street signs and whatever, so that nobody's getting hit on the head.
I'm unaware of what that dimension is. I don't know the horizontal dimensions, but we would, of course, look into that and make sure it's ADA compliant.
Okay, the other issue is if the lifts are up with cars on them and there's a fire, don't the lifts prevent the sprinkler systems from affecting the cars underneath the lift? It'd act as an umbrella, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I would have to look into that. I'm sure, when I spoke with the manufacturer, they said all the fire suppression is coordinated with their lifts. What that means, we have to get into that.
Thank you.
Mr. Shepis, are you planning on having the manufacturer of this lift come before us and answer some of our questions?
Well, I believe Mr. Carty had indicated that he would get this information from the manufacturer. He mentioned the manufacturer is in Germany, so we'll certainly get information either directly from the manufacturer or a local rep. But all of these questions deserve an answer, and
Yes,
we'll get you the
definitely.
answers from the manufacturer or a local rep.
Is there anyone in the audience that would like to come forward and ask questions of this applicant and of the testimony given by the architect this evening.
So, sir, this is your chance to ask questions of this witness on the testimony that he has given. Can you state your name and spell your last name, please?
I guess I have a question then. Are we going to hear from the operations manager? Can we ask questions of him later?
Well, this is,
Because I have
my
a question about
understanding is-
operational.
my understanding is that there'll be additional witnesses tonight that may speak to operations. My question is, do you have any questions from this witness on the testimony that he has given?
No, I'm going to hold my question.
Okay. Can you state your name and spell your last name, please?
Nicholas Homyak, Homyak.
You have questions for this witness on the testimony that he's given?
Yes. You mentioned cleaning or washing. What would the frequency of the maintenance of this device, and what types of fluids or potential pollutants are involved?
All I can tell you is that the manufacturer does a yearly cleaning, physical cleaning of the equipment, and quarterly maintenance, lubricating what needs to be lubed, et cetera. I do not know what fluids or lubricants are used.
Well, would it be hydraulic fluid, oil,
I'm
some type
sure-
of cleaning?
I'm sure they have maintenance manuals or what they do during these quarterly visits that we could submit.
Would it be similar to a material or fluids that would be used in an automotive service, like a garage?
I can't answer that. I don't know that.
Are you aware that this property, all 2.7 acres, is in an open waters protection area and in a Tier 1 wellhead protection area, and that oil and hydraulic fluid do not mix?
I'm aware it's in these areas. I don't know the specific names of those areas.
All right, so, but there are potential hazardous fluids involved.
Again, it's details for the next level. I can get that information.
All right, thank you.
You state your name and spell your last name, please.
Hi, Dhaval Shah, last name Shah, S-H-A-H. Disclosure, my views do not represent the Board of Ed. I'm here with my own opinion as a resident of Parsippany.
Okay.
Question. So what would this bring the total space to?
That'll be testified by the traffic engineer.
Okay. Okay. So I guess we'll be back then. Thank you.
Can you state your name and spell your last name, please?
Sure, it's Bruce Laughlin, Loughlin. I live on Preston Road in Parsippany. I have a question about your fire suppressant system. Does that work for electric cars like a Tesla?
That's beyond my expertise. I'd have to get that answer for you.
Okay. So would you have to limit the people who own cars in the apartment building, they couldn't own a Tesla or another electric car?
I can't answer that. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Can you state your name and spell your last name, please?
Yes, good evening. Tony Fasano, F-A-S-A-N-O. Got a question. You're going to say a German company can't make a scale model that you could present to the board and everybody else, and we can play Hot Wheels and make sure it goes up and down? Because I'm involved in trucking maintenance. Nothing runs on total hydraulic anymore. It's a combination of electric hydraulic or air hydraulic. It's got to be a combination of something.
Well, this is electric hydraulic.
So it is. So you're going to actually put additional electric into the garage.
That's correct.
Okay. So they could make like a mini model, and you might be able to show everybody, and FedEx does it overnight.
I can find out for you, sir.
State your name and spell your last name, please.
Yeah, my name is Samir Rana. I'm a resident of Parsippany. My question was, again, an extension of the question which came up before. the multiplicity incident. The sprinklers are clearly inefficient. I did the research. It cannot put out fires, especially which are set off by electric cars. This is the first time we're hearing of a level parking structure in Parsippany. I've been a resident of 24 years. I don't know in the audience if anyone can cite an instance of a level parking the way you're suggesting. Who's going to assume the risk if there is indeed a multiplicity incident and it rips through the building and, there's loss of property, cars, and much worse like life?
Understood. I think I would have to get the representatives of the manufacturer to testify to that.
Okay, the second question is, it doesn't sound like my brother-in-law is in the same business. I know these systems that you're proposing are easy to show on paper, but they significantly raise the cost. Has this been factored? Because all along we were thinking it's going to be a simple building with X number of units, but now all of a sudden the costs go up significantly. Have you done that cost-benefit analysis and the affordability of those units, or how is that going to impact?
We've had discussion with the owner, but that could be testified later by him if he so chooses. I don't know how that applies to anything here.
Okay, even with these proposed level parkings, and I don't remember the math from the top of my head, it doesn't still sound like you may have enough spaces between the two. And going back to what the board suggested, the cycle time also came up. I still have my reservations about you having enough time to get the cars in, get the car, in time for the service, and still completely prevent from cars spilling over to the streets in front of the building, right? It still is a question. I mean, have you done that math? Given
that's an operational
issue. And then a growth of the community.
That's an operational issue to be discussed.
Yeah. So I mean, all the questions and all the things that you proposed are to address the code, I guess, but it doesn't factor or think out 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, and the problems that might come up, right?
Do you have a question?
Yeah, I mean, that's the question, essentially. Like, is there like a more, forward-looking projection of how these problems will manifest? Because it's easy to propose at this time. We've never had a precedent in Parsippany, right, of such a structure.
Everything's going to be properly designed, properly engineered, serviced, maintained, etc. That's all I can say.
Okay, only so many questions for this specific testimony. Thanks a lot.
Sir, could you please give the secretary your address?
Yeah, my address is 143 Carlton Drive.
143 what?
143 Carlton Drive.
Carlton?
Thanks.
Mr. Riccardi, again, I apologize for keep jumping in and out, but again, this is the first I heard of this proposal, so I'm shooting from the hip a bit. As was mentioned prior, this property is within a wellhead protection area, and in the ordinance, which I'm looking at as we go here, major potential pollutant sources include automotive service centers for repair and maintenance and such. And from what I'm gathering, this is electrically powered hydraulics. And if they're going to be servicing the hydraulic units, that would seem to be akin to maintenance. And that would be prohibited in the wellhead protection area. Have you looked into that at all? Or has anybody looked into that?
I have not.
That's all I have. Thank you.
How are we moving forward when our engineer hasn't even had the information long enough to really process it and get the right questions?
I think there's even more important, the fact that the wellhead protection prohibits this type of equipment would probably require a notice for a separate use variance.
Yes, if you want a variance from the wellhead protection ordinance, it is a D variance for use.
So we're talking about something that hasn't been made, given public notice.
Right, and again, at the last hearing, we were told we were going to get all
Sure
new,
would be productive, that's
and at the last meeting, we were told we were going to get all new documents, and we really got nothing.
right.
Do you have a question of this witness, sir?
Yes.
State your name, spell your last name, please.
My name is Vijay Namjoshi. The last name is Namjoshi.
You
The
have a
address
question
is
for this
9
witness?
Haddonfield
Your
Drive.
address, please?
9 Haddonfield Drive. The question is, these systems that you're talking about, they will be installed beneath the building, right?
Correct.
So I've seen these systems in action. So the columns that support the vehicles, right, they are somewhere around 8 to 10 inches wide. So there will be 2 columns in that one parking spot. Doesn't that reduce the existing parking space?
I'm sorry, what was the last part of your?
So you have to install at least 2 columns
Right.
for parking space,
Right.
right? 8 to 10 inches wide. Doesn't that reduce the existing parking space?
That needs to be looked into further. That was brought up earlier.
Okay, second question is that since this is beneath the building, and you have to design the system considering the maximum allowed height for a passenger vehicle, and in this country it can be F4, F-150. So how does that fit in below that building?
Again, if something doesn't fit, every space, every car would be evaluated. If an F-150 doesn't fit, then they're going to have to park in another space. This is an operational issue.
But you have to design the system with maximum allowed vehicle height, right?
I'm sorry,
You have to design the system with considering the maximum allowed vehicle height. Isn't that correct?
Again, this is all about, we're just going by the data that the manufacturer gave us, that 12 feet of height can work for 2 vehicles. We'd have to go back further and see what 2 vehicles at each location could be.
Okay, does this impact the building height in any way?
Impact what?
Building height.
No.
Thank you.
I just got one more question, I don't know, statement maybe, but with all the questions being asked, we really haven't given any answers, and, you know, you're presenting this, obviously, for the first time for all of us to see. I would imagine a little more work be done to know what questions would have been asked. I don't know, I mean, because it seems every question is, you know, just trying to get some information, it's operational, it's, I don't know, it's, I got to call Germany. I don't know if we can continue like going that way.
Well, we have a witness, our next witness will address all the operational questions, so he's here this evening to address the questions which Mr. Carty deferred for operations. So
But there were some questions of him that he probably should have had the answers of. It's not all operational.
And is he going to be able to answer Mr. Lemanowitz's questions?
With regard to the type of material that would be used inside...
Whatever
the
questions he
lift.
has.
Well, Mr. Lemanowitz raised the question as to whether there'd be hydraulic fuel and whether there would, hydraulic fluid, and whether that would create an issue that necessitated a variance. Now, it would seem to me that certainly anything that addressed the concern of the board as to leaks, et cetera, could be addressed either in a maintenance standpoint, or perhaps there's an electrical lift that could be designed in order to accommodate the concern. He doesn't have the answer this evening. It's a good question. We'll get you the answer.
But the problem is, he's probably not, and this is no disrespect, you're probably not even prepared because you didn't have the information to develop the questions for it. So it's really, it's unfair to us and to our professionals because they don't know the right questions to ask yet. Am I being unreasonable?
No, you're not.
And I had asked earlier,
Yeah.
and I stated prematurely this was brought before the board. It was premature. It shouldn't have been brought until we all had time to digest it.
Steady your
and take a
microphone.
look at it. Unfortunately, that's the way it is. I said I mentioned before that it was premature to bring it before the board now, that it should have been given to us prior to, and it wasn't, so we cannot really form an opinion as to whether it'll work or it won't work.
Mr.
And that
Johnson.
should have been thought of, and we should have had all the information given to us and our professionals. Then we could have answered it with being informed.
Mr. Johnson, is it wrong to request that we delay or, postpone that aspect of the presentation?
Well, I don't think
think it is.
that...
Are we allowed to?
It doesn't appear as though the applicant is going to finish his presentation this evening.
Okay.
And we know that there are a number of witnesses on the objector's side that are yet to testify. So I don't know if Mr. Shepis intends to bring this witness or other witnesses back to answer the questions that have come up because of the fact that this has been just now brought to the board's attention?
But even the next person who's coming up, he might have some of the answers to some of the questions, but our professionals might not even have all the questions.
I understand your concern. Perhaps Mr. Shepis can speak to his client about how to potentially present the application in a much more comprehensive manner. I mean, this is the third time that that the board has been here, that the public has been here. The expectation was that the board was going to hear substantial testimony this evening. And now the board has been given this drawing for the first time this evening, and quite frankly, didn't get any updated site plans or traffic plans or parking plans or anything of that nature that, quite frankly, I would have expected that the board would have received in advance of this evening. And it's unfortunate that, that the situation has evolved the way it has. Are there any other questions of the public of this witness on the testimony that he's given?
Good evening, Rita Montanaro, 18 Schindler Court, Montanaro. Nobody's talked about what this sounds like. So if I'm living in this apartment on the first floor, there's a parking garage under my floor. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And now this hydraulic system starts at any time of the day or during the service, but I'm home. Like, what does it sound like to me and the neighboring community? How much noise does this thing make?
I'm sure there must be a decibel level data for the product that I'd have to get and research. I very much doubt that you'd hear it from the ground floor with the several inches of concrete between
I see.
you.
Okay, that was part of my question. And the surrounding area, if I live right next door?
Right. Again, a sound study can be done using the decibel level. The nearest house is a good distance away. Again,
How could you give testimony on that, though?
Okay.
To be honest with you.
not this second, but you can do a sound study if we have the source
Okay.
and a decibel level.
But you
It
also
can be-
said you don't see how it could be heard. You don't know that.
Just from experience, I'm talking about the apartment above.
I don't
Thank
know
you.
about that. I don't know. I don't know how you know.
Hello, Barbara Demarest, Demarest, 709 South Beverwick Road. I'm trying to follow what you were saying in terms of how this would be used during services. So you were saying that the residents' cars would be moved up to the second level and then it would be empty for people who are arriving for the services? Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, you did. That's correct.
Can you bring a car down from the second level if there's a car on the first level?
No, you cannot.
So in other words, the residents whose cars have been moved up to the second level are more or less stuck there for whatever length of time the services might be going on until that other car is removed?
Right. That's an operational issue that needs to be addressed. Correct.
In terms of the operation of the lift, you were referring to a valet or a staff member. You were talking about having to, in effect, make judgments about which car to go or which vehicle to go where. What's the skill set needed for somebody to operate this lift safely?
I would assume there's some sort of training involved, but I can't.
So the guy who's sitting at the front desk is not necessarily going to be able to grab the key and go out and figure out how to do this?
That's correct.
Thank you.
With the permission of the board, may I ask just two questions which just popped up in my mind?
I think you've
They're
already
important.
had your opportunity to ask questions.
Sorry?
You've already had your opportunity to ask.
Yeah, may I just one quick question, if you don't mind, with your permission?
Sure. Can I identify yourself?
Yes, my name is Samir Rana. I live on 143 Carlton Drive. So in extension to the lady's question, right, I remember the very first meeting, the owner had testified that this facility and the units will be available to anyone, not just the ones who take part in the services of the Islamic Center, but anyone from any background. Knowing that let's say I don't wish to be part of the services, and I have a resident in one of those units. Now you're going to have my car stuck up on the second level of the car parking, and I have no way out. So in a way, does this not become a disincentive for people outside the community, like that particular, to buy a unit? It's almost like it blocks people from outside the community to buy units there.
Well, it will be addressed by Mr. Kokar, but to address your immediate concern, if you note on the plan, there's over 100 parking spaces on the property. 22 are proposed to be under this lift system. So if somebody doesn't want to participate in this particular mechanical lift parking space, they're certainly free to park their car somewhere else. So there's other spaces that are available on site. So let's assume that you rented one of the units and you were not willing or to participate in this aspect of the site plan. You're free to either park in one of the other spaces under the building or park on the outside of the building in the parking lot surrounding the premises. And we would work with those prospective tenants and perhaps even make it part of their lease agreement that for this 3-hour window on Friday afternoons when there's this parking demand that's unusual, that their spaces would be so utilized. So it would be with the consent of the people that would be residing in the premises, bearing in mind that most of the people that would be residing here would be participating in these services, so it would be anticipated that they would be there all day. And also the other thing you have to bear in mind is that this facility is designated for persons of ages 62 and older, so we're not expecting the high traffic volume and or parking demand that one would see in a non-age restricted. You can hear testimony from the traffic engineer on what he anticipates to be the parking demand, but we believe that we'll be able to address the concern as to the viability of these spaces, both through the operations witness that's coming up next, and likewise the traffic witness who backs him up.
Thanks.
Do you think it's unreasonable for us to request a 5-minute break for you to speak to your client and think that we have a better way we could do this when it comes to this specific and the next person's specific testimony about this, since our professionals might not be ready to ask the right questions?
Understood. I would say this. There has been a myriad of questions that have been deferred to operations. Now, the next witness that's coming up is going to address all of those questions. The issue of these stackers is limited in his testimony. Now, certainly, if you feel that it's not appropriate to ask those questions of him at this time, we can defer that to a future meeting, but his testimony, I would anticipate, would take at least 2 hours, considering the number of questions. Now, the architect has been testifying now for just about an hour. So I would anticipate when we get into all of the details associated with the existing use, the operations of that building, and then likewise what's proposed here, that we're going to be somewhere at around 2 to 2.5 hours. Now, if you care, when we get to that point, if somebody wants to ask him operational questions about this, which I believe he'll be able to address, we could address those, but certainly the questions that remain unanswered this evening must be addressed. So Mr. Accardi has a list of these questions, and we certainly will address them, not this evening because he needs to get other information, or a representative from the manufacturer.
But that's knowing what we don't know. We don't know what we don't know.
Understood. So when we submit the revised plans together with this additional information that was requested, we'll submit it in written format. So all of these questions will be answered in advance of the meeting. But as far as the operational questions, Mr. Kokar can address most of those this evening. If you care to defer those, we can defer those and have those addressed after further submissions.
Mr. Shippus, you mentioned revised plans for this lift. Are you also going to submit to this board?
It would seem necessary. There have been a number of questions raised by Mr. Lemanowitz. He had made some suggestions. One of the suggestions was there were some parallel spaces under the building by the drop-off, and he suggested that we eliminate those, I think it was 2 spaces. There was also a...
Let me just correct you. That wasn't, well, that was originally my, but at the last meeting, the testimony was that was going to be a drop-off area.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there was concerns about those parallel spaces. So the current site plans still show those as parallel spaces, so the plans will have to be revised in order to address that request. And then likewise, there was one angled space that was proposed. I think in total, there was a requirement to lose either 3 or 4 parking spaces for operational reasons, traffic flow, et cetera. So Mr. Walker's office will provide those revised plans well in advance of the next meeting. And we'll also address these other issues that have been raised.
I hope so, because we've been waiting
Understood.
for the new plans and has not come as yet.
Understood.
Appreciate it.
So as, I guess, back to Mr. Droskowitz's statement, wouldn't we be better off hearing from the traffic before we hear about operations so we even know how many spots we're looking for?
Well, you know, that's interesting. It would seem to me that in light of the amount of questions relative to operations, and not just regarding this aspect of parking, but if you remember when we first started out, the younger Kokar was here and he testified, and there was many questions that he deferred to his father, who's here this evening, in order to address those questions. And it would seem to me that as he provides his testimony, it may lend itself to other questions that we could address in one revised plan set.
I think the frustration here is that at this point, I think it's fair to say that a significant amount of concerns center around parking. The documents on file right now for public review all disagree on how many existing parking spaces there are. And that has been like that since this application began. We still don't have an answer. In the proposed parking, we discovered last meeting, that the method of calculating proposed parking was incorrect. So we don't know how many there are existing, we don't know how many there are proposed, we don't know if this lift system is going to fit and how much that's going to do. So I'm not sure how if we can't quantify the parking, quantify the effort to deal with the parking, how are we going to have operational testimony on something that we don't know what it needs to do?
Well, there's one way to find out, and that's to
Okay,
listen.
I'm just.
No, I appreciate
because
that.
I've been chasing this parking number since this began. So.
I appreciate that. And there are many moving parts associated with this parking issue. Of course, there was suggestions made by the fire department. You had some suggestions. The DEP had their own ideas. And we have endeavored to try and service all of these inquiries coming at us from different angles. I can't answer those questions for you. We do have a traffic engineer that could address those questions, and likewise the site engineer is here this evening. But as far as what's proposed in the way of the use, it would seem to be most appropriate to take that information now. I know the board has asked for that information. The information is available this evening. Members of the public have asked for that information. It's available this evening. So this issue, I think, is something that is a continuing issue to address. I think it was helpful to get the comments and concerns this evening, even though you didn't get all your answers. It gave us a lot of questions that we can address at a future meeting, and I think it was very helpful, more than you can imagine, because you've given us a lot of, I'll say, food for thought. So that being said, I don't have any other questions, Mr. Accardi. I do see a gentleman standing at the mic. When we conclude Mr. Accardi's testimony, I'd like to move into the operational issues and then try and address as many of the questions that have been raised throughout the hearings, and then those even raised this evening. And then from there, depending on the hour of the day or night, we'll figure out where we are and then either continue with additional witness or conclude for the night.
But don't we also have an issue? What was the public's right to know that this was part of the plan?
Well, you know, it's interesting you say that. In the, I think it's Section 10G of the Municipal Land Use Law, it provides that the applicant has the ability to bring exhibits to a board hearing. Now, this is not the site plan. This is simply an item that we presented this evening for discussion purposes. Now, we're not asking you to approve this evening. What we did is we presented an opportunity to address some of the concerns that were voiced as to the sufficiency of on-site parking. The input that you gave us is very valuable, and that which the public gave us. These are issues which we would have never considered. You know, issues like hydraulic fluid and what happens. Well, that's a good question, especially considering the location of the property, and we have to get you an answer on that. Likewise, the height of the the lift, how high it's going to go, what type of vehicles, how long does it take for the thing to elevate. These are valuable questions that need to be addressed that one could not reasonably anticipate as far as how long is it going to take when you press the button for the thing to go up.
But if that's true, wouldn't you really want our professionals to have enough time to really look at it?
Absolutely.
And to give it, not present it at the meeting and say, you know, if they were given it 10 days ago, then they're coming up to the meeting and they're prepared.
Yeah, but from a practical standpoint, in a perfect world, perhaps. But what would have happened is potentially we would have gotten a report today or yesterday, and we would have never been able to provide you the answers that we were looking for, that you requested and were entitled to. But I can tell you this, with all of this comments and questions that were presented here this evening, we have a very good idea as to what your concerns are relative to this possibility. What we hear tonight is this lift system is a possibility. It is not the answer as it is presented here this evening, because you have open questions, so it's not the answer. In order to provide you the answer, Mr. Accardi is going to have to do further research. He's going to have to find out the answers to the questions that you presented. Mr. Walker then is going to have to incorporate this system, if we go with this system, into his site plan, and he will have to address the comments and concerns that were voiced not only by the board members, but by the public, and specifically the board engineer. So we have to address these issues in order to figure out, to be able to demonstrate that it works. Now, this tonight was only for consideration, but it's not for approval. We certainly...
So could we expect that at subsequent meetings, you might have Plan B, C, and D, and they're going to just come in front of us, and it's like throwing spaghetti at the wall, seeing what sticks? I mean, shouldn't you have a plan that you are confident in presenting, that will give us, and that we had time to examine, so that we don't go through, you know, an hour of somewhat wasted time when we really didn't get to the nuts and bolts, and we don't even have the basis to ask the proper questions.
You know,
it's a little frustrating.
I know. I'm glad you said that, and I want to just outline a little bit of the history so that everybody can appreciate why we're here this evening with this proposal. Now, when we first started out with this application, we had an agreement with the Methodist Church next door. It was in writing, and it basically provided the opportunity to share parking. There was a footbridge that was constructed between the two lots, and they were submitted as part of this application. As you all heard from the president of the Board of Trustees of the church, they revoked it. Now, one could certainly sue them over it, but the applicant chose not to pursue any kind of legal remedy and let it go. So we came into the application process with the understanding that we had this additional parking contiguous, there was a footbridge, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's gone. So the next issue is to try and accommodate the use by going from one service to two services. So you're going to hear testimony about that as well. Now, they have effectuated two services, and it does help to some degree. Now, when we came back at the last meeting, there was still concerns after the two services that there was still parking issues. So with that, we were examining other possibilities. We've come to the conclusion that it is not feasible to create any additional pavement and any additional on-site at-grade parking due to environmental constraints in the area with the DEP limitations, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that being said, now we're left with what other possibilities could we possibly have? So one of the alternatives we sought was to acquire adjoining land from acquire land from an adjoining property owner. So I have an exhibit here this evening that's going to explain our efforts. Letters were sent to every contiguous property owner with an offer to buy their land. So whoever owned property adjacent to this, whether it was the church or the neighbors that are here this evening with their attorney, everyone was requested to sell all or part of their land for fair market value. Everyone but one, there was only one resident that offered to sell us some area that was totally environmentally constrained, about 30,000 square feet, which really didn't do us any good if other people didn't join in. It's almost like one contiguous lot was necessary for another. But ultimately, it came to we came to a legitimate effort to purchase adjoining land to no avail. So now, having lost the ability to park at the Methodist Church, not having the ability to create additional on-site parking due to DEP requirements, and then likewise being, I'll say, rejected by adjoining property owners to buy adjoining land, now we're left with the possibility of creating additional on-site parking not at grade. And when we looked at the opportunities to do this, this is the, I'll say, the most viable suggestion. Now, I realize that you would love to have seen it on a plan in advance so that everybody could get an idea as to what it is, but I would tell you this, that this has been very helpful. We have substantial feedback from the board professionals, and the public as to their concerns associated with this. This is going to require substantial further investigation. Likewise, it's going to require a substantial modification to the site plan in order to address this. So I can tell you this, that there will be revised plans submitted that address Mr. Lamanowicz's prior concerns and comments in his report, and likewise address the concerns that were voiced this evening with regard to this lift system. And then when those plans are resubmitted, you'll have the opportunity to review them in greater detail and then see if there's any further concerns, and if there are, we'll endeavor to address that. But please don't feel as this has been a waste of time. It's been very helpful. I mean, I've been taking detailed notes throughout. I have every comment, every concern that was raised by the neighbors. Mr. Carty was taking notes. And these are issues which deserve, or questions that deserve legitimate responses. And we're going to get this information for you. I can't promise we're going to get a mechanical lift here in front of you in a miniature form, but we certainly will get information that addresses the concerns about timing and noise and maintenance, and whether there's any hydraulic fluids that leak. These are all issues that or questions that deserve responses, and it would be impossible for us to have given you this information this evening without getting your input. And I realize Mr. Lamanowitz would have been helpful, but this is extremely helpful for us to determine whether or not this is a viable alternative in order to address the concern of on-site parking.
Sir, you have a question of this applicant? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms.
I just have one thing to say. All due respect, and I do mean it with respect, we still don't know how many parking spaces are on the piece of property. Mr. Lamanowitz has asked that, and we don't have that number even yet.
You know, I know people here in the audience that would have that answer for you, and we could certainly get you that answer this evening before any other witnesses come forward.
I think that's important.
Yeah, I think it's a good question, and I think it is entitled to a rapid answer. And I do appreciate the respect. Thank you.
Sir, you have a question of this applicant on his testimony only?
Yes, I do.
Your name, please?
Edward Carter, 84 Preston Road. Where did the 5'10" number come from? Was that an arbitrary, took 12 foot and divided by 2 and just kind of took 2 inches?
Honestly, that's kind of a fault of, drawing in AutoCAD. The person who drew this, I said, put the dimension there. Instead of putting 6 feet like we had discussed with the representative, it came out to 5 foot 10.5 inches. So
So it is an arbitrary
Totally.
thing. You just divided it by 2. It's not based on real data.
Totally arbitrary.
Okay, because I think it's false.
It can go up and down.
Well, I think it would have to. I mean, how tall are you?
Me, 5'4", 5'5".
Okay. So, I mean, when you were cleaning the top of your car, from the last snowstorm, could you really see the top of your car?
Well, my car's in a garage, so.
Well, I'm saying if you were cleaning it outside.
I understand.
But the question still stands.
I understand, no.
When you're standing, can you see the top of the roof of your car?
Especially.
Mine I can, but my son has a truck and I cannot. So.
Okay, so what I'm saying is the 5'10" number is totally out to lunch. I mean, that's just a given.
We're going to carefully coordinate our design with these companies that do thousands of these all over the world.
Okay. The other question is, I mean, I might have a little bit more knowledge than others. I own a hydraulic lift, okay, that's electrically driven. As a safety feature, they have pawls so that maybe every 4 inches or whatever it locks in, so that if all of a sudden the hydraulics fail, it comes down and it rests on a pawl so it doesn't fall further. That resolution is not an inch, just so you know. I mean, it's more like 4 inches. So if you think that you're going to be playing games with all of a sudden, hey, I'm going to go up 5 feet 9.5 inches, that's not realistic, okay? A safety pawl has to be taken into account also for it to come back down.
Understood.
Okay. The other question is, if all of a sudden it is in the up position and there's a resident that has an emergency, how do they get their car? Are they just stuck?
Operational question.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Okay, thank you.
On duty.
Are there any other questions of this applicant and his
24/7.
testimony this evening? I see none. Mr. Shepis?
Okay, very good. Well, the question that was, Mr. Cardy, thank you for your testimony, and you have your list of questions, so between now and the next meeting, or at least 10 days before the next meetings, if you'd please get us the responses, I appreciate it.
Sure.
All right, our next witness is Mark G. Walker. Mr. Walker is the site engineer. There was question presented as to the number of parking spaces existing, number of proposed. So, Mr. Walker, I'm going to ask you to come up. You were previously sworn. You gave testimony at at least one, maybe two prior meetings. So specifically, there was question posed with regard to the number of existing spaces and then the number of proposed spaces. So you were present throughout the questioning this evening?
I was, yes.
Mr. Walker, you understand you're still under oath, correct?
Yes, I do.
Nothing's changed with respect to your qualifications?
That's correct.
The operational?
I think we're going to hear him first and then the operations.
Okay.
Is Mr. Walker's testimony limited to one particular aspect?
Correct. As we were sitting here just moments ago, one of the board members had specifically requested information as to the number of existing parking spaces, and then likewise how many were proposed. So I'm going to ask Mr. Walker if he would please enlighten the board or share with us the information that he has on that topic.
Sure. The number of existing parking spaces on the lot is 111.
And proposed?
Proposed is 113, but our traffic engineer's got his testimony proposed for that tonight.
Is that counting the 22 lifts?
Right.
No, it does not.
Okay.
And what's the number that we believe is required?
It's actually, we are actually under the ordinance. We're compliant with parking. The required number of parking spaces is 107.
You're referring to a plan. Which plan is the date on that?
Excuse me?
You're referring to a plan. What is the date on that plan?
This plan was revised May 13th, 2025. Should be the plan that everybody has.
That's the latest one.
The plan says 117 provided.
It says 117 is provided, correct.
You said 113.
That's correct. I did say 113. There was some testimony earlier about eliminating 4 parking spaces that had to do with the drop-off area, so that gets us down to 113. But on these plans, it's 117. That is correct.
Just at the last hearing, we discovered that the parking calculation method was incorrect. It goes by 1 per 3 seats, where when there's no seats, there's a specific portion of the ordinance that says how you calculate it by square feet. Was that done?
It will be done in our future revised plans.
Okay, because we had a plan that was submitted. The ordinance requires a calculation and illustration to go along with that, which we didn't get, to do the parking calculation. And I scaled off the best I could, and I came up with 113 spaces required just for the mosque.
Mm-hmm.
So that means anything beyond what you have now for the new residential building is above and beyond what is required, and apparently it sounds like what you're providing.
Right, we will have some further testimony and submission of plans for that.
All right, thank you.
I think the point of my testimony was to straighten out the number of existing spaces on the site.
Okay, thank you.
So the only thing we're sure of is that there is existing 111 spaces.
We are 100% sure of that.
Okay. That's the only thing we're sure of.
Well,
we're not sure exactly how many is going to be required or how many is going to be provided, but we're sure there's 111 now.
Correct.
Okay.
So how are we expected to ask the right questions, get the right answers on any of this? Isn't it incumbent on them to at least have that basic information?
Well, I seem to be hearing that before the next meeting, there's going to be revised site plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's going to indicate exactly how many spaces are going to be provided? That's correct. And it's going to calculate the number of spaces that are required based upon all the ordinance provisions that are applicable. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
And our board will get that how many days prior to the meeting?
2 weeks minimum.
Tom, do you recall seeing any of the paperwork filed by this application showing the deficit or off-site parking that's common in?
I've asked for that. I've asked for an analysis of how many of the vehicles required to, or typically arriving to deliver members of the church that have to park off-site, and that was never answered.
Well, we both have asked the question. I just want to make sure I couldn't find it today.
I could look for it.
Is your traffic expert going to provide a survey of off-site parking during the Friday prayer sessions?
Yes, he will.
Have we seen that yet?
Have you seen it yet?
Have we seen
I believe it was incorporated in his traffic report, but he's here this evening, and certainly he'll be able to testify to that.
Okay.
Is 2 weeks enough for our professionals enough time for our professionals to be prepared for questioning on the next meeting? Or any meeting?
I can get it, if I'm expecting it, I can get it put together and give everybody at least a few days ahead of time, so that people can digest the report, because I don't like coming to without having my report out there either, because it just, again, slows the
Not fair.
process.
To you or us?
Yeah, the key to this is knowing it's coming.
Right.
Yeah, if it'll help, we'll get the plans to Mr. Lomanowitz's office even with more time. The municipal land use law requires 10 days, so, 3 weeks should be more than enough.
Are there any questions from the board of this applicant's testimony? Mr. Mills?
You have any questions on just the testimony he's given tonight?
I'll reserve on my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mills.
Is there anyone in the audience that has any questions of the testimony given by this applicant this evening?
Just the number? Just one more.
Just on the testimony he gave this evening.
Correct. Hi, my name is Dhaval Shah, 86 South Powder Road. Again, these are my views. Disclaimer, do not represent the
Well,
Board
just
of Ed.
ask your
You don't need a
question.
disclaimer, just go
I have to
ahead.
do the disclaimer. Okay, so the 107 required spaces, is that after the apartment building calculation? I know it said the calculation was off, but...
Yeah,
well,
we're actually, the point of my testimony was to address the number of existing parking spaces. So we will be revising the plans to address Mr. Lomanowitz's questions and make a full submission. I do appreciate your question. I think it's more appropriately asked at the next meeting.
Okay, because you did mention 107 in the meeting, in the questioning. So disregard the 107 number completely because it's wrong.
For now, it's not necessarily, but
Okay.
it needs to be reviewed.
Okay, what about the 113 number? Do we regard that number right now?
Yeah, that's the number of proposed parking spaces. Once we subtract parking spaces to address
The four?
the 4 spaces, correct?
Okay, so right now, with the 111, we're having parking issues, and I guess that's a traffic question, minus now the residence apartments parking, so we'll have an overflow. Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
A question just on the testimony he gave this evening.
How many parking spaces will there be without,
Sir, we need your
if the
name.
lift is not approved?
Sir, we need your name for the record.
Nicholas Homyak.
Thank you.
113,
That's if the lift is not approved.
correct.
And will that fit in the 125% allowed footprint?
I'm not sure of the question.
This project is for a house of worship. Can I ask the question, what exemption, if there is any, that was given for this project for the Highlands Water Protection and Planning Act exemption? Is there such a form that this...
That doesn't have anything to do with the testimony that he gave this evening, sir.
Well, it has everything to do with it because depending on what exemption was given, and it should be number 6,
Sir,
it's
he
for
testified-
non-residential.
Sir, he testified as to the number of parking spaces that are currently there on the site. Do you have any questions about that?
Okay. What part of this space will be consumed by a space for trash, a dumpster, and source separation?
That has nothing to do with the testimony that he gave this evening. Do you have any questions about the testimony that he gave this evening?
Didn't he just answer one question? Didn't he just answer one question?
Correct.
That's the only question he answered, is how many spots? No other question other than that.
Well, it will take a spot for a dumpster and source separation. It will take a spot.
That, I believe your question was previously asked.
Okay.
So, and that has nothing to do with the testimony that he gave this evening. So do you have any questions about the limited testimony he gave this evening? None. All right, we're done with Mr. Dykes before this.
Walker.
Walker, sorry about that.
No problem. Thank you.
Dykstra is home tonight. Okay, shall we continue, or is there a need for a break, or
Can we take a 2-minute break?
stretch of the legs?
Mr. Shepis, are we going to hear from the operational?
Yes. Well, but more than just operation, this is, all of the questions that were deferred to the father, Mr. Kokar. He's here tonight, so he's going to cover everything that was missed up to this point.
Yes, but we specifically asked for the lift information, and you said you had someone, I believe you said you had someone here that would be answering the questions that were asked of this lift operation?
Yeah, that's not tonight. Tonight it would be
Okay.
everything else.
All right, thank you.
Oh, he's not here.
No, he's not here.
No, it's just
Just the father. I thought he was at the plan. Yeah, we wasted 2 hours.
Hey, Bill?
An hour and a half, 7 o'clock. An hour and a half, you're correct, sir. Mr. Bundy, please turn your, yes, so everybody knows who you are when they start yelling at you. These guys are car engineers, for God's sake.
Are they?
I don't know, just the guys that came up, definitely. There, that's it. We're done this time. Excuse me. I'll be right back. Ladies,
And spell your last name, please.
My first name is Tajammul, T-A-J-A-M-M-U-L. Last name is Khokhar, K-H-O-K-H-A-R, 113 Harrison Street, Boonton, New Jersey.
Thank you.
Harrison.
Harrison?
Harrison, like
Got it.
William Henry.
Gotcha.
Okay, Mr. Kokar, can you please explain to the board your relationship to the applicant property owner entity? How are you affiliated with that entity?
I'm a founder of IBSA, Islamic Burial Service Association, 2011. Property is belongs to IBSA, and I'm the president. However, we're doing a ICCC, Islamic Community Service Association, as the DBA ICC. So IBSA and DBA ICC.
Now, can you tell the members of the board and the public, this entity that owns the property, Is it a tax-exempt entity or a religious entity?
Yes, IBS is a 501-3 tax-exempt property.
And as such, is it operated by a board of trustees? In other words, there's no shareholders or owners of the entity itself?
No, we have a 5 board of trustee, and they own the whole project.
And what is your position in the entity?
Like I said, I'm a founder and the president and the trustee.
And as such, are you authorized by the entity to be here this evening and to give testimony on behalf of the applicant entity?
Yes, I do.
Okay, very good. So let's talk about the entity itself. You mentioned the year 2011, is that correct?
Yes.
And what transpired with regard to the entity in 2011?
Well, I have to go back 2011. I'm basically involved a lot of volunteer project in Boonton. I was also involved with Islamic Center of Boonton and Mosque in Birch Street back in 1986. I was also part of planning board in Boonton 15 years. I'm also a president of a Main Street, trustee of Main Street Boonton. And during COVID, we have a situation where we see seeking the help for the people. So I happened to get involved in the fireman home in Boonton.
Fireman's home?
Home in Boonton. We realized that they were needed food, they need help. So myself, without any umbrella, we went over there, we helped them, and that inspired me that we have to think about ourselves. One day we're going to have this situation where we're sitting without our children and looking for help. So 2011, I started this project to helping a Muslim community to arrange their burial, because when person die, especially in our community, they don't know where to do, what to do. I've been involved in the burial, arranging the burial myself since 1990. However, 2011, I started my own project. And then I was, during COVID, it was very, helpful situation. I helped a lot of families. And matter of fact, I'm the only Muslim burial services able to reach out to people and arrange their burial. After that, I had the opportunity, somebody told me that Bethlehem, that Temple Bethlehem, they are in financially stressed, and they're looking some way to see how they can survive. So I approach over there, and we're sitting, we're talking, and I ask them, I say, they say, we want to rent. I say, well, I don't want to rent it, but if you like to sell, we will buy it. And they were happy. Oh, we never thought about it. So finally, long story short, it came in conclusion, we settled some agreement. I personally, under the umbrella IBSA, purchased that property. That was 2020, September, we have a closing, and 21st, we have a first prayer over there. January 21st. Since
just so I could just briefly interrupt you, and I don't want to interrupt your flow, but I have to. Prior to taking up occupancy of the premises, did you seek out and secure the necessary zoning permit or certificate of approval from the Parsippany-Troy Hills zoning official in order to authorize the use of the premises that was then Temple Beth Am for your facility?
Yes, sir. I did. I have proper zoning permit. We are operating this institution under 3 different names. One name is IBSA, which is DBA ICC. We have a zoning permit from the zoning department of Parsippany, and also running all the religious services under PIC, Parsippany Islamic Center. Also, we have a zoning there and permission for that to running that services over there.
Okay, now let's first talk about IBSA and its ownership of this property and what IBSA provides to your community. So if you could describe for us as we sit here tonight what it is that your entity does, how the building is utilized in conjunction with those operations, and how it is that you help the people in the community.
Initially when I started IBSA, I never thought about that it's going to be going to that extent where, it's going to be a situation where I have to get involved everybody. So my sons, my wife, mostly run by the family, regardless of the trustee we have it. IBSA originally became in existing because of coordination with the family and the cemetery and the funeral director. IBS is not a cemetery, nor we have a license of funeral director. We do not have a authorization to do any of those kind of work which funeral director does or cemetery does. We just coordinate. When somebody call us or somebody have this very sensitive time, they approach to us, we offer them what they're looking for. So we offer them in different places. IBSA owns the graves, the different cemetery, in small section. Again, we are not cemetery. We own the certain section, as a Muslim section. So they pick and choose wherever they go. Then we call the funeral director, have a arranged meeting with the family. We don't participate. IBSA do not participate on that meeting because that is strictly between funeral director and the family. And then same token, when they agreed, we, IBSA, authorize the grave, call the cemetery, funeral director call the cemetery, and they arrange the arrival. However, ICC offer the prayer for the deceased. Now, in our religion, it is very important to whoever our loved one, when they leave this world, give them a full respect. Imagine any of us, one day we all have to go. In this world, only death is guaranteed. Nothing else is guaranteed except death. So nobody is prepared for the death. However, we encourage to our community, they should be aware of. When person comes in this world in Muslim community, little kid, we have a call of prayer. We call adhan. We father call adhan in the kid. And any prayer we do, we have to call adhan. However, when person leave this world, we offer a prayer, but we do not call the azan. Azan been called when he born or she born in this world. So we hold this whole process. We bring the dead body in our center. We offer the prayer. We make announcement to our community, and more people participate, the better it is. We give enough time, so we encourage everybody should come and participate in prayer. After prayer, funeral director takes the body to the cemetery, and they bury the person.
Now, if you could please identify the cemeteries in which IBSA owns plots and where these plots, are sold to, families in need. If you would please just identify those cemeteries.
IB has a web called ibsanj.org, www.ibsanj.org. Everything listing black and white over there. IBSA owns the graves in Westland Memorial Park, East Hanover, Laura Grove Cemetery in Totowa, Internal Sunset in Lafayette, Hamilton Township Greenwood Cemetery, and one more in Butler, top of the mountain. That's the 5 cemeteries we have. Graves on there, we do not own the cemeteries.
Okay, now, is it fair to say then these plots that your IBSA owns, then you sell to these families?
That's true. IBS invested 2011 all the money in this graves, and when income comes, that's the income is running our center. We do not do any fundraising in our center. We don't ask anybody money. Nobody draw any salary from the center. All the volunteers, including myself, everybody, nobody takes $1 from the center. And we do not ask people money. It's only comes money, revenue generated by IBSA. IBSA runs the center.
Okay, so now let's talk about the funeral directors in which you function with. Can you identify some of the funeral directors with whom you work?
What IBSA does, time of need, we call the local funeral director, and we see who is available and who is going to give us the best price. We reach into that person and then let family know they can talk each other. We have a funeral, for those funeral home in Irvington, also Trenton. We have a Michigan funeral home. We have a Iman funeral home in New York. We have a Park funeral home in New York. Bunch of those funeral home we reach. We have no direct any affiliation or any kind of interest in these funeral homes. All we get their service and make sure our community gets served properly.
Now, all of these funeral directors that you're recommending people to, do they provide services in your faith's traditions?
Yes, there are most Muslims, and reason we use them because there are Muslims. So we don't have to worry about, if they're not going to be, our loved one not going to be treated properly.
All right, so without getting into great detail, but I believe it's going to come up because there was questions raised during your son's questioning or testimony as to the tenets of your faith as it relates to the operations at the facility associated with these burial services. So could you briefly just explain to us what occurs in your traditions under your direction or under the direction of a funeral director associated with these services that you've just described?
When some loved one, somebody passed away, obviously the family reach us, they call us, and they tell us, that father passed away or mom passed away. So most of the time I go, they will confront and ask him where I can help them. So they ask question, and then after that, I tell them procedure. Procedure is this. First, you have to find out which cemetery you like to go. They ask pricing. I tell them pricing. Then they ask, what is the next step? I said, then we have to call the funeral director who's going to remove the body either from hospital or from home. They can take to the funeral home where they prepare the body. And then they will bring to Islamic Center where we offer the prayer, and then we go to cemetery. Cemetery has their own charges, which is called opening and clothing. They charge, and that I get paid to pay them. So funeral director and everything, they write me one check, which I distribute money to everybody under the knowledge of that family. This is what we do.
Now, there was testimony during your son's presentation about a mobile, I'll say, washing vehicle, and then likewise, Mr. Lemanowitz had asked questions about the discharge of the water. And, look, I understand that it's maybe a little technical, but I think it deserves comment on your part. As
I will.
Site
I love to explain everything, but the thing is this: yes, we do have mobile facility which we are not using because we have a complaint against us to the Attorney General of State of New Jersey. So I am under investigation, and they have asked me that I cannot perform that service for time being. For that reason, I cannot make any comments because, again, it is under investigation. Unless I finalize, I cannot do more than that, but I just explained you.
Okay, so basically what you've described this evening as far as the operations or the operations under the guidance of a licensed funeral director, and then likewise you're assisting and coordinating burials, and then you sell grave plots.
Yes, that's true. That's true. Under no circumstances I have authority or I do anything which is I'm not allowed to do it.
Now, the last question I have on this topic is if you could just briefly touch on what these services are that's offered to people, I mean, in your tradition, because I think it plays into the timing. From the time you get a call as to a relative of one of your community dying to the time that you're actually at the cemetery, can you give us an idea how long of passage of time that is and why that is?
Muslim faith is very critical about the deceased because we are advised that when it happens, our first priority to take care of the deceased. So normally, it's my goal, IBSA goal is this: we can do a burial same day. So, for example, if somebody calls me 2 o'clock in the morning or evening today, I will make sure that tomorrow 1 o'clock burial has been taken care of. Sometimes I get a call early in the morning, and then I still take care, unless there is some legal issue. What is the legal issues? The process is this: when I get a phone call, like I said, we have to get involved, the funeral director. Funeral director's job is this: to issue the death certificate. Death certificate is something only be done by the funeral director. Nobody else can do because they are licensed. Once funeral director able to get the death certificate, then he or she has to get a permit. Cemetery will not allow to bury anybody without permit. That's two pieces of paper always take longer time because state is not waiting for us. Whatever we have a need, they don't care. But my job and funeral director job to push hard. We get involved, the doctor who was there to order pronounce the deceased death. We ask them, they make some phone calls, and 90% we manage to able to get this thing very fast. And when it happened, everything moved nice and slow, nice and smooth, and be taking care of everything.
Okay, now, at what point in the process do they come to the ICC in order to have your, I'll use a term that everybody would understand, I'll say like funeral. So when would that occur?
I was told once, I cannot call funeral myself because I'm not funeral director. That's why I'm using word burial. Normally, our funeral time is around 2 o'clock because we have a midday prayer around 1:15. And 90% we try to accommodate that funeral service around with this prayer. Two reasons. One is the midday, so everybody can come, and so mostly it's a lunchtime, so we can get more people. That's the reason. And plus, we have enough day left. The process go nice, so it won't get dark. So let's say if prayer is called 1:15, we encourage the funeral director bring the body not more than 12 o'clock, around 12, 10:15. So half an hour, 1 hour is giving to the family only. They can sit with the deceased, they can read Quran, they can view if they like, and after that we bring the box in the prayer hall and we offer the prayer over there, and then we can take the body, put the hearse and go to the funeral hall, to the cemetery.
Now, Taj, I'm going to draw your attention to the plan that's up on the easel. It was received as Exhibit A3, prepared by Mr. Akari, showing the floor plan of the existing ICC facility. Do you recognize what's depicted there?
Yes, that's our main floor. It shows the two sections. There's a curtain in between. Matter of fact, it's not curtain. Time being, we put a curtain, but it has a partition wall. Our main prayer hall, which is say 38 by 47, that's the only area we use our praying. The back is our community hall. That's hall we use during prayer. We leave the curtain open because just a fire hazard. God forbid, and something happened there. There's like 150 people over there praying. Sometimes 175, so they want to go. So they have road access. All the doors open. That's the reason. But mostly community hall is used for 2-3 occasions. Number one, like I said, if burial happened, the family likes to get together, sit together, share the information about the deceased, want to have a food so we can provide the banquet hall for them. We have also wedding over here. Now our wedding is not that other wedding. A lot of people don't like to come because the first condition, anybody has to come to the community hall, they have to remove the shoes. Nobody likes to remove the shoes. So that's why we don't, use the hall quite often. But some people likes to have wedding. They can have a, wedding over there. No music, no alcohol, no dancing. All those no is not set with a lot of people. But mostly people they like, and they use our community hall. They're strictly used for that reason.
Okay, so let's talk about the burial services. You show here on this plan a main prayer hall. Okay?
Yes.
And it notes on the plan 38 by 47.
Yes.
Is that where these services are conducted for?
For prayer, we can pray in this hall, but other services like the family want to sit together, have a meal, they have to sit in the community hall. Nobody allowed to eat or drink in main prayer hall.
Okay. Now, with regard to the facility itself, now that you've addressed this issue, are there any other rooms where prayer occurs other than where it's noted as main prayer hall? I do see an area off to the side. It says prayer with chairs. What is that?
Well, we have some people handicapped. They cannot sit on the floor. So for them, we provide them chairs, and that's the chairs area for them.
Okay, now, the board engineer, Mr. Lemanowitz, had raised the issue before about the parking calculation, and Parsippany, to its credit, has 2 parking standards for places of worship such as this. Well, one being something where there's chairs and there's parking spaces allocated to the number of chairs, and then religions, if you will, which don't have chairs. It's based upon a square footage and a potential, overall areas dedicated to this. Now, let's talk about how that plays into the parking. Now, you mentioned that the prayer area with chairs has a specific number of chairs.
Yeah, maybe 10, 15, 10 to 12.
And that's reserved for people that cannot otherwise.
And we never fill those 12 chairs any prayer, never. Maybe maximum 4% to 5. Back then when we started, yes, we have a lot of people because we have only one congregate, one prayer. And then that fills full up. But since we split our prayers in 2 prayers, 2 times, it never fills up.
Okay, now this area where it's prayer with chairs, is it reserved only for people that are sitting? In other words, you don't have people that are otherwise on the floor, it's just people in chairs?
People who have a problem with the knees.
Okay. Now, where you have the main prayer hall, are there any chairs in there, or is it all on the floor?
There's no chair allowed in the main prayer hall unless otherwise there's only maybe less than 15 people. And one person don't feel comfortable sitting alone in that area, so he pulled the chair. Again, when we pray, it's more respected and rewarding when we all stand in one line. We cannot have 2 people standing here and 5 here. They all have to stand one line. So some occasion when you have only 10, 15 people, he feels comfortable, he pulled the chair and pray to us and pull the chair back. But very rare happen, this one.
So, in order to understand the parking demand and how it plays into the occupancy of the premises, could you just briefly explain to the board and the public how these services are conducted where people are not in chairs like you would have at the Methodist church next door, but how it works in this facility? Are people seated? Are they laying prostrate? How does this work? And how many people do you anticipate would be in the facility at any given time?
It's
in the prayer room, I should say.
It is a sad situation because mostly people in the board and the audience, they do not understand what we do. What is our process to pray, why we pray, and what it's all about. So I have to lay out the ground to understand. In our faith, we are ordered by the God, we have to pray 5 times a day. That time is not set for whole year. It changes. We follow a lunar calendar. That calendar goes around the moons. We don't follow the sun calendar for praying. And since this time change and 5 times, and for the men, the presence in the mosque is mandatory. If you can, you must go to a mosque. You are not going to pray home unless you have a reason, like snowing. Your work time does not allow you to the mosque. That's okay. But under no circumstances you can say, "Oh, I cannot go mosque. I can't pray." No, pray is compulsory. There is no way out not praying it. So we pray 5 times a day, and our first prayer start. Our date change on the sunset. Today it was 5:11. That's where our date change, that's where our first prayer is. Our second prayer before go to bed is start after 7:30, but we pray at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, it depends, 10 o'clock, that's very flexible. But in the Islamic Center, we have certain time, so everybody can join us. And then third prayer happened before sunrise. Today it was 5:09 in the morning. Summertime may go up to 3:40, 3:30. And then third prayer that's third prayer. Fourth prayer happens midnight, around midday, 1:15, 1 o'clock. And the third happened about 4 o'clock. It's between after 1 and before 5 o'clock in the middle time. It's also changed. 3:30 start, 4 o'clock. Today was 3:40. So this 5 times we pray every day, no exception, no day off, no other way to out. However, Friday is the only prayer everybody wants to come pray because it is mandatory. It is Friday is our like a most holy day, and it's only one prayer happen on that particular way we're gathered. However, we still have to pay other 4 prayers. It's not that we exempt Friday, only one prayer, we don't know. Friday is the prayer, and that prayer is the causing problem. We all over here because of that prayer, because that prayer bring a lot of people in my center. Very beginning, we used to have 400 people, 450 parkings all over, but when you started this project, you know, board has a concern, and I understand that, but we also have a concern. We don't want to give board more work. So issue of the public and issue of the raise from the board, we address before we come over here. That's the reason we started this project with 29 units. Back building was very big, sad. We realized people don't like it. We reduced it. Now we combined it. So we address the issue, we go along. So this 5 prayer, I like said, is important for us, and Friday is the most important.
So let's talk about these 5 prayer sessions on a daily basis, and let's exempt Friday for the first round of questioning, and how it relates to the parking demand at the facility. So as you have these various times throughout the day, starting, I guess, at sunset and then working your way to sunrise and then midday and then eventually around 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
So let's start sunset. That's prayer called 5:15 today, 5:11. The time for the actually leading the prayer 10 minutes after the prayer comes. So that was 5:21 today. There was only 4 people today because everybody's working. 4 people.
Who officiates over this prayer session?
We have an imam. He comes over here, and mostly sometimes he's only by himself. So today we maybe 4 or 5 because I had to come here, so I did my prayer exactly 5:11. I did not wait for him because I had to run here. But that time only we had 3-4 people.
Now, if we were there counting parking in the lot at that time.
5 cars.
Okay.
Okay.
Now take us through the balance of the prayer.
I am.
Please.
And next prayer comes 7:30. That 7:30 we have a maybe maximum 20 people max. We're lucky if I get a 20 people. 20 people do not have a 20 cars because mostly 2 or 3 people come, family comes like myself, my son, everything. We have 1 car. So give and take we have 7 cars, maybe 8 cars. That around 7:30 prayers. Then comes the next prayer, which is early in the morning. Today it was, I believe, 5:19 in the morning. 5:19 morning, we were only 3 people over there. Myself, imam, and 1 more person over here. That's it. And lately, we have this pattern. Now comes 4th prayer, which is 1:15. 1:15 is mostly a prayer when people have a lunch. So beginning prayer, we were only 2 guys. Then middle of prayer, 1 guy came, he joined his 3 guys. When we finished, we were 4 guys. After 4 guys, prayer finish, and then people come and go. As they have a time from the break, they come and go. So give and take, we have maybe 6-7 cars, come and go, come and go. That's 1 o'clock, 1:15. 2 o'clock, people some people sit over there because they have longer lunch, they finish the prayer, they sit, and then go. The last prayer comes around 4:20. Believe it or not, sometimes only the imam is there, nobody there. I myself is not there because I'm doing some running around. And 1 car, imam car over there. Give and take, maybe I join or somebody joins 2 cars. So this is our regular routine every day.
All right, now before we go into Fridays, let's talk about the period of time that these prayer events, I'll call them, 5 days, 5 times per day. From start to finish, can you estimate for the board and the public how long these prayer sessions take?
First prayer takes maybe 7 minutes, max. Second prayer, which is 7:30 at night, it takes near about 15 minutes. Third prayer, which is 5:20 in the morning, takes 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 10 to 15. Third prayer takes 5 to 6 minutes. Fifth prayer, that's 4th prayer. Fifth prayer takes 5 to 6 minutes.
Now, is it your goal to make the facility available to all the people in your community for all of these prayer sessions? In other words, it's not by invitation only.
We, in the ICCC, we don't have a membership. We do not close door for anybody. Anybody welcome to join the prayer. Many times we have a non-Muslim come and join, observe the prayer, and we let them come inside. We are open for everybody. There's nobody is denied for any kind of situation.
All right, so is it fair to say that despite this open invitation and availability for anybody to come, these are the numbers that you would see on a daily basis for 6 of the 7 days?
Yeah, if somebody come and say, hey, look, I was there in June, 5 o'clock, and you're telling me there's a fifth prayer, only 4 or 5 people, but that time I see 10 people, yeah. 5, 6 o'clock, everybody up, people increase, but not more than 5, 6 people. Because again, you have to realize the timing of giving you only winter time, which has happened this week. Summertime, it changes, but giving time is never more than 20 people, one prayer, except Friday.
Now, let's talk about the use of the facility and the room specifically, and I'll draw your attention to A3, which is the floor plan of the existing ICC facility. There's noted on there the main prayer hall and the prayer area with chairs and then the community hall. Where do these prayer meetings occur that you had just described as being the 5 prayers per day?
Yeah, Molly prayer hall, main prayer hall.
Okay. Now, let's talk about Friday. Now, Friday, there is a window of time somewhere between, I'd say, 1 o'clock and 3 o'clock where there is this, I'll say, increased parking demand. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right, so let's talk about the start of the day. You start out with the early morning prayer. Which prayer is it that you find that's bringing the most people?
Friday.
And why?
Friday, I start my day, first prayer, third prayer, and then mostly I stay in the center because we have to prepare, clean the bathroom, do the vacuums, make sure that everything's spanky, we call, because, you know, it's a house of Allah. So like we clean my house, I can clean more than my house, that house. My wife helped me. She is doing her thing. This particular Friday prayer is taking the place of the number 4 prayer. Number 4 prayer is 1:15. And that's when, but that 1:15 is a flexible time. We can alter a time. We can do it 12 o'clock, 12:30, 1 o'clock, 1:30, 2 o'clock. It depends. In summertime, we have more window. Winter time, we have a very small window. And we try to see how we can accommodate people, and main time we have to respect the neighbors, that we don't draw too much crowd that people can upset. So right now we have a Friday, first prayer is 12:30. It is finished 1 o'clock. And then second, I start 1:30 and finish 2 o'clock. I have a 1 hour gap deliberately because I don't want people sit and wait, oh, I missed first one and I'm going to do a second one, and they occupied my parking lot. So I make sure everybody go home, and whoever wants to come, they come back again second time. That way we control the crowd.
Now, when we first started this submission, you did not have 2 services in midday, correct?
No.
Now, there was concern voiced by the public and likewise some of the board members as to the availability of on-site parking. And you had just testified as to these 2 services. So why don't you tell us, in addition to going to 2 services, what other means you have effectuated in order to try and eliminate or at least reduce some of the concerns associated with the parking demand?
Well, first of all, I made it very clear. I hope board understand how many times we pray and why we pray. Friday prayer is an important prayer. I have to be very careful when I announce Friday prayer, because Friday prayers earliest time start after when sun clears 12 o'clock line. I cannot do before 12 o'clock. So earliest I can do 12:15. Winter time is no window. Summertime it goes to 1 o'clock. 1:15 start. That's why 1:15 is our standard time. We don't change. Our fourth prayer is all year round. It's 1:15, and that prayer draw much crowd. Like I said, like you people, they go keep Saturday. They like to go to synagogue. Christian, they like to go Sunday church. Our time is Friday prayer and a Friday midday prayer, and that's why we draw more crowd.
All right, so now let's talk about who officiates over these midday prayers on Friday. Do you do this service, or do you have somebody else perform the service?
I wish I can do it, but they will kill me. No, we have to get a qualified imam. Every week we have a different imam. They're coming from different place of New Jersey. We sign them ahead. Every imam is signed for the week. We have a schedule for whole year with us. They come and they do first prayer and they wait and do second one and they go home. They are not our residing imam. Sometimes, if God forbid an imam couldn't make it, like last week, he got snow, he said we couldn't make it, so we have to use our residing imam, but mostly we get service outside.
Now, for the purposes of just explaining how this works as far as the people coming in and then likewise the imam, as a result of making the change, did you have to accommodate two different imams in order to make these services, or did you have to make other arrangements in order to accommodate two services versus one?
It depends. Sometimes I have to get a two imams, sometimes I have to get a one imam. In order to, I'm a retired mechanic and engineer. I can answer you a lot of mechanics, but a religion, no, I'm not good. I ran the institution, I know how to run the institution, but I'm not an imam. So, having said that, I have to see how we can satisfy people's need, praying, and meantime not worry about to complain from the neighbors. So we decided the first prayer in Arabic language, second one in English language, which will help me a lot to reduce the crowd, because now person knows if I go first time, it's in Arabic, I can speak Arabic, I have no problem. The guy who doesn't understand Arabic, he know I've got second one because in English. So that's what we're doing. Now, sometimes imam cannot speak both languages. So I have to get the two imams.
Now, by having a service that's only in Arabic and another one that's only in English, how does that impact the number of people coming in and therefore the parking demand?
Well, I made my book, I think I made a difference, but our tax expert will tell you because he was counting the number. And it helps because not everybody speaks English, not everybody speaks Arabic, so they have a choice now.
Now, before you went to two services, how many people would you anticipate or have you experienced coming to a Friday midday service?
Oh, more than 400 people.
Now, since we've had the concerns that were voiced, how have you made that number go down?
Two big reasons. One, we have two services, and second, there's two mosques in the town. Lake Hewata, they are doing the prayer, Friday prayer, so people go over there. And there's new mosque open on Linton Road, Islamic Center of Parsippany. They're doing a Friday prayer, so people going over there. And very shortly, there's one more mosque that will be open next to Morristown. They're under construction. So I know that the Morris Plain and Morristown people are not going to come in my center.
Okay, so let's talk about the demographics of the people that are coming to, I'll say, your center. Where do you find that the majority of the people are coming from as it relates to the surrounding area or out of state or somewhere else?
But you have to realize, Parsippany this is the very first big mosque. And people attract to my mosque, honestly, not for imam, for parking. Oh, we can park over there, we go there. So, having said that, mostly people now, they come from Parsippany. and I believe they come East Hanover, and then one more mosque open in Livingston also, so they don't come anymore. So before the people are coming all over, but now it's just getting only people. Matter of fact, I recognize the faces now more than previously because they come quite often. Rockaway is getting busy too. Mostly people go Rockaway. Used to come people Boonton because it was convenient for them to do my prayer late, so they miss Boonton, they come here. But now they go to Boonton because by the time I'm done, Boonton is done too, so they rather don't come here anymore.
Okay, so is it fair to say that you've been able to reduce the number of people that are showing up to any individual prayer meeting?
I think I made a bit progress. I mean, I know I did, and it reduced a lot of numbers because I see the people coming in the first prayer maybe 100, and second prayer maybe 150, 125. So we're 400-500 people total. If I both pray together, they are not more to 250 people, but in two congregate, not one.
Now, questions were asked during testimony from prior witnesses about your ability or your desire to grow the facility and to service more people. Can you tell us just from a planning standpoint how you envision the growth of this facility, or perhaps not the growth of this facility, and how you can service the people that call this facility home?
We're talking about the project.
No, existing, before we even get into the residential component. Well, let me rephrase the question. There was questions raised about the intent to grow the community. In other words, to bring more people to the facility. And it sounds to me that you're deferring people from coming by adding 2 languages so that people that don't speak Arabic don't show up at the first session, and those that's only...
You know, this is a very sad situation. On one hand, I'm pleasing people of God and providing them a facility where they can pray for Him. Other hand, I am discouraging to not come in the center. So what shall I do? In my faith teaches me you have to respect the neighbors. And my faith also teaches me that you have to provide the God's people place where they can worship Him. So where I stand. So I have to find a common ground. I don't, like I said, discourage anybody to coming my center. Everybody is welcome to do that. But however, I have to find a common ground where I can have situation where I don't cause any problem for nobody. It seems to me my neighbors are not happy with me. You know, and there's nothing I can do about it. The only thing make them present, being me disappear from that institution. I cannot do that. Because this was a house of worship. I didn't change anything. People built this synagogue as a house of worship, and I'm doing the same thing. A different faith, but we all belong to the same faith. No matter how you look at it, start from Ibrahim. There's no difference. We have a different opinion, but we all worship same God.
So let's talk about the other services. When I say services, I don't mean particularly prayer services that are conducted in this facility. And I'm going to ask Mr. Accardi if he can come and flip over to the second floor plan. Oh, can you? I don't know which one. Maybe it's the next sheet.
I can do that. No, it's...
Oh, good. Stay in your seat, Mr. Accardi. Yes. Now, there are a number of classrooms up on the second floor of the existing building, correct?
First floor.
First floor, forgive me. And it is noted as Exhibit A4, and it was received on October 22nd, 2025. Now, there are a number of classrooms listed there. Can you tell us how those classrooms work?
There are, I think, 8 classrooms down there. And before I took over that building, it was rented by some school, and it was a regular school over there. When I took over this time, we don't have a school, but we have a Saturday school. We have kids come from different grades, and we just teach them about the value of Islam. It starts from kindergarten all the way up to the 8 level, 10 level. We have a teacher have a 2-hour session, and we do only that. After that, that whole classroom is empty 6 days. Only we do Saturday from 9 to 1 o'clock. And we utilize this facility for that. However, we encourage our youth. They come twice a month and they can conduct their, we call halakha, mean their gathering and talk about their ongoing issues. They sit on there. My board of director, who is in charge of the Saturday school, he sits over there. My office is over there. And then we have a guest entrance over there. That's all we got. And we have an outdoor bathroom, which is allowed to people, travelers who are traveling. It is a common practice for a Muslim that when they're traveling, they miss their prayers, or they know it's time for to miss 1 and 2, so they Google and find the closest mosque. Happen to be my mosque, right on the, my center is right on Route 80. So they pull over there. There's outside bathroom. There's a little prayer hall. So person go inside, utilize the bathroom. He or she pray their previous prayer. They pray their coming prayer, and they keep on their journey. For that, I provide a facility that's downstairs too.
Okay, is that shown on this plan?
Yeah, it says 24/7 prayers.
Okay, so that's for people that are traveling, so that's got nothing to do with your your facility upstairs. So if somebody's traveling and they have to come in and pray, you allow them to use that room.
And there's a reason for that. Before making this thing, I have my mosque open for the people. So I get a phone call midnight, around 12 o'clock. I need to pray. I want you to open the mosque for me. So myself, I have to come down, open the door. They can wash themselves, prepare, pray, and go home. It was, midnight, and you cannot say no because they don't accept no. So when we come, this idea, no, my center is 100% locked. We have cameras, we have a remote control. We can open the door when person calls. We can see his face on the camera. Then we open, we watch. When he prays, goes home, and the door is locked.
Okay, so is it fair to say that all of the classrooms that we see here that are shown on Exhibit A4, they're not operating at the time when you have these Friday prayers or otherwise when the facility is
They're only functional Saturdays from 9 to 1.
Now, let's just talk about the overall goals of the Institute as far as it goes in servicing the community. What is it that you're trying to effectuate apart from just these services? What's some of the goals that you're attempting to effectuate, and what other kind of services? And when I say services, I don't mean necessarily religious services, but what else do you do for people?
We have a situation where young couple comes, wants to get married. We provide them a counseling. We don't want to rush them because we see a lot of divorce going on. They are not capable to handle the load, so they get married fast, they divorce fast. So we have a counseling arrangement for them. We also have a counseling arrangement for the married couple. If they have problems, we help them. Somebody wants to get married, we arrange their marriage. Somebody wants to have a gathering for their kid, like, a born kid, they want to have a little gathering, we call it hakika. Mean when son born or daughter born, they serve with the family. We arrange them, we give them a banquet hall. They can sit over their banquet hall and they can have their, gathering over there. And that's a basically thing, We have a situation where people come homeless. We have a situation where a fight is going in the family. She doesn't have a rent or she doesn't have a food for the baby. She need a card. She need a ride to the doctor. So we arrange that one. My wife and I, we do that. We have a funding we call Islam allowed to have a zakah. Zakah is a charity money. It's come from people, and we personally take that money and we put in the site where we help those people to need. We tell them we don't have a funding, don't make a habit in one-shot deal, but we do help them.
All right, now, let's talk about the proposal that brings us here this evening. This is the senior residence. So let's get into that because now it plays part of what we're here for. Now, there is a plan here Mr. Kari has provided. Maybe you can come up and just... No, not that one. The one with the floor plan for the proposed addition. Now, let's talk about what it is that you're trying to effectuate. Now, one of the conditions that we have provided to the board is the proposal that this facility would be occupied primarily by persons of age 62 or older. Now, if somebody's married, they have a spouse that's younger than 62, then of course they would be included. But nonetheless, at least one of the residents would be 62, and of course there would be no school-age children in the facility. So give us first your view of what you're trying to accomplish.
In the very beginning, I mentioned something about the fireman house in Boonton. I was in this facility many times, and I see people are sitting over there, they're retired firemen, they did service for the community. At the end, they only getting what they pay for it. I mean, in their service, when they get paid, they have a certain percent goes to that facility. At the end, they are sitting and waiting for dying. I go over there, and by the way, there's not a one single Muslim over there. I just want you to know that. I didn't go over because there's a Muslim and I go over there, but we go as a, human to humans. The people need help. Talk to somebody, ask how you doing, what's happening, that cheer them up. And I realized in my community, I'm here in this country in 1987. We have a friends which we get together and our kids used to play their kid. They're old now, I'm old too. But they, after retirement, they have nowhere to go. Their kids are very busy, their own life. They don't have a time for their parents. Only thing we're missing in this country, family values. Now, community is the first priority. As I tell everybody, we are the community for the community. Our job is to look after each other. I realize that, how we can give a platform our community, they can be more united, their families, and more how they can understand each other. Father understand the children and children respect their parents. So idea this facility is above 62. They are one bedroom apartment. They're not very luxury apartment. It has a bathroom, small living room, small bedroom. And that's about it. There's not much going on in that room. And I decided that let's build a facility where a person in their old age can easily pray without worry about driving a car, paying the heavy insurance, or worry about that, how you can reach, because like I said, it is not easy to come 5 days, 5 times one day in the masjid, in the prayer hall, because again, driving, getting late, getting lazy, and single person has no way to go somewhere. He just want to pray and watch. So I think the best thing is this, you have a father living in this facility and his son bring his children to the mosque for Quranic class, which we have every day for 1 hour. That's around 5 o'clock. So his kids, his grandkid and his son's kid going while they study the Quran, son can go visit, sit his dad and talk about everything. After half an hour, when kid finish, they run and see grandpa. So there's a family reunion over there. We are helping, make sure they are living with the comfort. We're providing a breakfast where they are feel comfortable, not worry about what they're going to eat tomorrow, and we're providing 1 meal a day. However, it is not compulsory for them. This is a free meal, by the way. We're not charging anything. But they have to understand that they don't have to run to a grocery anymore because, of course they have a kitchen, they can cook, I don't mind. But they're not worried about because we are intent to take care of those people. So they don't have to worry about driving and missing their prey. They can simply walk because this building has access to the new building. And also we have a lift which takes the wheelchair access and go in. Even they have wheelchair, they can simply go to wheelchair in the prayer hall, pray. And once they get together, there's a kitchen in that facility. They're sitting around about 100 people. They can chit-chat, they have friends over there, they can pass the time, they can gossip, they can talk, and then pray, go back and sleep. So this is the idea I have. This spoils me because I said, that somebody over there, 70-acre land donated for this thing for facility fireman house, Mr. Lothrop. I learned these things from this country. One president said, it's not what country can do for you, what you can do for country. I don't need the money. I'm not doing for myself. Everything is name of IBS. It was a non-profit with under 5 trustees. Nothing is on my name. Nothing is my family name. So why? Because somebody has to benefit this. I'm a 70-year-old. I don't know how many years left, but somebody going to benefit, and I appreciate that. And the most important thing, like you said, when father gets sick, son has to take care. He knows where he is. He knows he doesn't have to worry about it. Grandchildren has to know where grandma is, grandfather is. That's the idea I have in my head. And that's why I try to achieve the goal.
All right, so let's talk about the floor plan layout, and I do appreciate that, so even though I'm moving along. I note that on this plan it shows that the one-bedroom units are approximately 722 square feet. Is that correct? Somewhere around
Yeah,
there?
mostly like that, yes.
Okay, now, there are no two-bedroom units, right? They're all one-bedroom units?
Yes, they're all one bedroom.
Okay. And they only have a little kitchenette and a little living room?
Yeah, small living room, kitchen, and the bedroom.
Okay. Now, I do note that on the main floor of this addition, there is proposed I'll say it looks like a dining area. There's a number of tables and chairs.
Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 times 8, 88 people.
And a little kitchenette.
Yeah, kitchen there. Commercial kitchen.
So let's talk about what type of meals would be offered. You had mentioned breakfast and then another meal. So what are you offering?
My mom lived with me, and I'm blessed and I'm happy that I'm able to take care of my mom. But there was a situation, she has to live in nursing home for 1 month. She felt she has a problem, so she was admitted a nursing home. So when I go there, we strictly told them what diet she has. We don't eat pork, she doesn't eat this. Okay, so every time I go there, they have big piece of ham sitting in her plate. So mom doesn't know. My mom has no idea what she's eating. So I go ask, oh, I'm sorry, we made a mistake. That's very annoying, that's very disturbing, because we are not recognize what we eat, what we can't eat. There's a people in this world, their faith allowed to do a lot of things. In India, people eat a lot of stuff I don't want to mention. They drink a lot of stuff which is not heard. But that's the religion. I respect that. But same token, I would like to be respected, my religion as well. Having said that, I've been more than 25 countries. This is the only country face of earth have a freedom religion. And I thank you for that. And this is a great country. And I'm proud to live here and proud to be a part of citizens of this country. Anyhow, my mom, when I realized this thing's happening, I said this. So I took my mom. I never brought her to nursing home after that. She died home with me. I want to provide a meal which is comfortable for our community, which our religion allows to do that. And that's going to be happen. We have a volunteer families. They're willing to do that one. They're going to make the meal. We're going to decide again. If they don't like my meal, they don't want to eat, they have a kitchen. They can cook whatever they want to cook. I have no problem with that. But we are trying to accommodate them as much we can. That's the idea I have.
So how does ICC play a role in the meals to be provided to the senior residents in this facility?
Well, this is getting a little tricky because we have a 3 entity running this institution. One is IBSA, one is ICC, one is a PIC. Right now, we are all under one umbrella. We made it very clear this particular units are not tax exempt. We're going to pay tax. There are no children, so nobody has to worry about children have to go to school. And you have a conversation with the tax assessor how you're going to come the tax. So that's going to go another umbrella. And whoever going to be running that institution, that's going to take care of the meals.
Okay, now, how is it that these meals will be, let's just say, made free of charge to the people? Who's going to pay for the food?
Well, IBS is running so far this institution very successful, and we have enough resource that we can accommodate that meal. That's no case.
And who will be the persons that would prepare and serve the food?
Like I mentioned, you have a lot of volunteer families. They're going to come and they're going to take their turns. Like, for example, the father is living with us, and daughter decided that this day, or Sunday, or maybe Monday, I'm free, Dad, I'm going to make a key. So I get another lady where both ladies can cook. Monday, you're going to cook the meal. Tuesday, we can nominate somebody else. So whole idea to community, bring the community. Community has together. Our job to make sure, bring them that platform, they will be together, to got to know each other and helping each other. You know, this is what is going to bring everyone together when somebody asks them, don't worry about the money, just get and be a volunteer. I was a volunteer in Main Street, Boonton, as a trustee. We go over there, we take our time, we sit, we do what we can, and feel good, go to home, that we did something. Becoming historical committee, Ivan Shah, I was sitting on the museum of Boonton. Nobody comes, it's boring, but it felt good. Okay, I'm doing something.
Now, let's talk about how the ministry, I'll call it ministry, is incorporated into this senior residence. Now, you had mentioned that IBSA, which is the tax-exempt entity, would provide the food, and that volunteers from the entity would be cooking and serving the food.
Right.
Now, how does that work into the overall, I'll say, religious goals of the ICCC? In other words, why are you providing that, and how does that tie into the operations of ICCC?
Listen, when I started IBSA, I never knew I'm going to go that far. And I'm blessed, alhamdulillah, I'm getting one step further more moving ahead. Moving forward, you have to realize, you know, our revenue, whatever revenue come from the IBSA, we are very careful to utilize the revenue. So we have enough funding to do this one. Basically, you know, everything goes to the IBSA. Only we cannot use this apartment building IBSA because that's not tax exempt. And that's why they have to stay independent. However, charity play a major role in our faith. It is going to be people's will, make people happy to do something for somebody. And I'm the example from, my family is the example, my son. You know, I bless my sons, they have their own children, but yet they give enough time to the center to take the load from me. My wife, she is also taking care. We have every month once family night. Just come on, maybe 150 people come here with the kid, so bring the free food. We don't charge anything. We have a woman night. Only mother comes. They said today you can have it with food. We come near about 50 ladies come, they have a food. Good. Brother night, we have near about 50, 60 brothers comes over here. They come once a week. Youth comes over here. We have near 50 kids come at night. We feed them. We let them sit them. Instead of going right and left, rather like to come in the center and sit with us, learn about the religion, learn about the values. That's what we provide.
Now, unlike other senior facilities, I see no swimming pool or pitch and putt or pickleball. There's no sports activities to speak of. There's, you know, nothing other than the institution and the religious use. So can you tell us how it is that the seniors could benefit from the physical connection and support from ICC as it relates to their living accommodations?
You know, I always tell my kids, unfortunately, you know, Islam is the religion where a lot of things are not so pleasant. For example, we have to be very careful when we call swimming pool. Who's going to swim? Men or women? We don't go to the country where we worry about what food we're going to eat. We cannot party because we cannot drink. We cannot dance. So we have to see what is our religion allowed to do us. On that parameter, in that circle, we can do what we can.
So how can the senior residents benefit from the physical connection, ADA access from the residents into the community center?
We have it.
What are they going to use the community center for, and how does it benefit them in order to have the two buildings?
Like I
merged
said,
together?
once a month we have a brother nights. Once a month we have a family night. So those people are definitely going to come in the community hall where they can be joining us in the brother nights and the family nights. That's 2 weeks. Now, moving forward, if it is need, we can extend our program. I don't know in what capacity, but it depends what kind of need we had and what kind of requirement those people have.
So is it fair to say that the goal that you have here in creating this senior residence is to enable people in the Muslim community, presumably, to be able to further access and participate in the services, religious, etc., community-oriented in the existing ICC building?
See, that's true, but I am open for all the community. I'm living in this country. I cannot say nobody can come along to follow our rules. If I go, for example, if somebody say, I want to leave your facility and I would like to serve me pork, that's not going to happen because we have to make it clear what kind of facility we're running. But having said that, we welcome, our door is open for everybody, like I said before. Our community or anybody believing they can be a benefit as long as they follow the rules.
Now, let's talk about any kind of interest that you've had in this facility. Now, I assume that before you took the step to pursue this development approval, that you have investigated the viability of occupants for this facility. Is that fair to say?
That's what encouraged me, two things. One, like I said, my friend, they are Pakistan, they come and go. They stay for 2 months and they go back because they cannot afford to live over here. So they asked me if you can do something like that. And my beginning, all things from me, the fireman house in Boonton.
Okay.
Excuse me, so does that mean the leases aren't going to be year leases?
Excuse me?
The leases will not be 1-year leases? People will get to have a 2-month lease or whatever?
I don't know. It depends who is going to manage the facility. I mean, I cannot tell you today we're going to have a 2-month lease or 1-year lease or 2-month lease. If somebody wants to live, we see what we can accommodate. We already have a list near about 52 people. They sign up with us. We don't have 52 apartments.
All right, so now let's talk about the age group that you've been, that have expressed interest in this. What type of age group have you experienced or have you investigated for interest in this facility?
Mostly people who are retired, they are above 62. Many of they don't have a steady job, so they are retired early. Many are, they simply have a business, sold a business, no interest. So I figure, 62 people, at least I don't worry about the kids. Now, if somebody lucky get married, somebody have a kid, that's up to him. But, my investigation show me, that 62 is mostly single people or husband and wife.
Now, let's talk about the use of any portion of this building or this addition by ICCC. We know that there's going to be an addition to the actual ICC building by having this vestibule in the back, a drop-off area, and then likewise the elevator. So
You're talking about existing building?
Existing building, but the
Yeah, of
addition.
course.
So if you could just put up on the easel the exhibit that Mr. Accardi brought with him tonight, the one on the floor.
This one?
Yes. Now, on this exhibit that came in tonight as A5, there is proposed an addition to the rear of the ICC building, correct?
Oh, yeah, that one.
Yeah, so there's a vestibule for a drop-off area, and then there's an elevator.
Yes.
So,
Mr. Shepis, just for the record,
Yeah.
just identify the document.
It's A5 that came in tonight. It was listed as, it was
Car
the
lift
car
section.
lift section, but it shows the parking lot on there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's the one that Mr. Akari was referring to? earlier,
Correct,
right? Got it.
yeah. It has the colored photos on there. So let's talk about the access to the building presently. How do people access the building, say like in inclement weather? How do you get in?
Well, we have three different way to get in the building. We have a very beginning, we enter in the building, that's called door A. We have a ramp over there, so anybody can access in the building. And once that building, let's say the heavy rain and we have a drop off front of the entrance door, they don't have to come all the way back. They can drop over there, and in the building they can reach out to their apartment without any getting wet.
As it relates to the building as it exists today, is there any covered entranceway in order to keep people out of the elements as they're endeavoring to get into the building?
No, we have a ramp, but it's not covered.
Okay. So is it fair to say then you don't have any covered drop-off area?
No, except that new one was proposed on the drawing.
Okay, so that's proposed.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about access to the main section of the building. Now, the first floor of the building is the classrooms. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And then the second floor is where you have the prayer room.
Right.
So is there an elevator between the two floors as it exists today?
No.
So how would you be able to access, say, like the prayer room if somebody was limited in their ability to walk upstairs?
If somebody came to the prayer hall and he decided to go to the classroom, he has to come out, go around the building, and enter the right side of the building.
Okay, so there's no interconnection between the first and
Except
second
stairs.
floor except for stairs?
Yes.
Now, this proposed addition will add an elevator to
Correct.
the existing
It
building.
will give them access, everybody go anywhere in the both building they can go.
Okay,
And
like-
that's the whole idea when people can get from new building to the existing building, then we have a more use of our banquet hall because now we know we have big facility where they can sit and, enjoy it.
Okay, so is it fair to say that the addition that you're proposing to the existing building will give you covered drop-off and then likewise elevator access to both floors?
Yes, that's
Now, how does that incorporate into the addition as far as access for the people to get from the addition into the IC?
Well, I'm just, this give them access to even existing building, which they don't have it right now.
Okay. Now, one of the biggest issues, of course, that we're attempting to address is the concern about sufficiency of parking. Now, can you tell us what other measures you have implemented in addition to going to two services to try and address concerns of people parking on the public street or otherwise parking in places where they shouldn't park?
When I start this project, I did what my religion, my faith allowed me to do it. I spoke to my neighbor. My first conversation, my right-hand neighbor, Mr. Kurt, I spoke to him, I told him that this is why I plan to do it. He didn't like my idea. He just told me that you think, that time I was proposing 29 units. He said, you think 29 units help your community? I said, well, it's not much, but one drop makes a river. Somebody has to start. And he has a complaint about me that, kids play basketball on 11 o'clock during Ramadan. I said, I'm glad you told me. Never happened after that. Then he has a concern that lady, which is Miss Trolley, what's her name? Yeah. Mr. Wadi, she complained to him that when we make a U-turn, the traffic headlights hits her windows in bedroom and she get light. I said, well, I would love to sit with her and talk to her. Maybe we can build a fence so make sure nobody can disturb. So I say, I like you to, if you arrange the meeting with them, we see what is the common concern, how we can resolve the issue. That never happened. Other side, I went to church and I got two people from the church and I told them, this is what I'm planning to do, this is my idea, you have any objection? They said, no. Not that, they gave me in writing saying I can park anytime, anywhere I want. I have an agreement over here with me. And this agreement allowed me to park everything. Because of this parking, they gave me hope and gave me an idea that I able to do that. It says in Parliament number 9 that both parties agreed about this agreement, and no amendment, no alternation can happen before without written both parties. However, first meeting, the president of church came and they denounced, they revoked our agreement, and they said we have nothing to do. I was not ready for that. And by that time, I was too far not come back. And since that, I tried to address the issue to change the timing, discourage my people, which is not right thing to do, but I did, because I don't want to see neighbors, angry. Princeton, they complain about parking. This is legal parking. It's not illegal parking. Even my people get mad at me. He said, why are you stopping? It's not illegal to park. We have my son and myself over there going and help to people not block the driveway, and people complain that you don't have authority to do so. Okay, so now we have a guard, licensed person who take care of traffic.
A guard.
A guard. Yeah. We pay them every week, and he's a license, and he take care of that one. We hire that guard to take care of that. Security guard.
What does this person do? What did you engage this person?
He do nothing. He just help few people cross the road. That's about it. But there's only 6-7 cars. It just satisfy the neighbors that person is there. And since he's there, there is no more than maybe 6-7 cars. My traffic guy will testify. He was there. And mostly we have a room in our parking lot. It's not that our parking lot is full. But you have to understand, a person, he has to go to work. He took his break. No matter what parking I can provide him, he's still going to park over there because it's easy for him to get out and reach his destiny. I cannot make him come parking, no matter even the parking is empty. But that's the reality. We're doing it. I try to bring people who are coming regularly. I request them, and they come 2-3 people in one carpool. We're doing that. Very busy event. If it happens, we have a van, we had the bus, people can park in the parking lot, and we bring the people. We did twice. Our 2 major days, Eid, after Ramzan, and then we have a Ramzan 2.5 months. That's our biggest day. We expect more crowd, we have more crowd, we can't help it, but in order to come into the parking, we tell the people, you park in the parking lot, they park somewhere, we have a bus, go bring the people and bring them back. I think I did what I can.
Now, during my opening comments this evening, I advised the board that you endeavored to purchase every property that was contiguous to ICC. Is that fair to say?
Yes, fair. You have we approach to everybody. One person was interested. The land we calculate comes only for 3,000 square.
30,000.
30,000 square feet, and it was nothing doing for us.
All right. I had previously submitted to the board's consideration. I likewise sent a copy to Mr. Mills for his review. An exhibit which I had pre-marked as Exhibit A6, dated it today, which is my certification together with the letters which I sent to all the adjoining property owners. Mr. Mills was gracious enough to send me a letter back on behalf of his clients, basically politely rejecting the request. And then likewise, I noted in there that there was no response from the Methodist Church as to purchasing their premises. And then likewise, there was interest of only one party of selling basically 30,000 square feet of what is all wetlands and transition areas, so it really didn't do us any good. And I have a map appended to the exhibit that shows where that would be located. It would be rather unusually configured. So I sent it to the board secretary. I have extra copies this evening, so I'd like to hand those up to the board just so that you have some record of what was done.
What is the relevance, other than making a good faith effort to buy the land, does the fact that he could not buy it sway our decision in?
That's up to Mr. Shepis to argue to you. But.
Okay.
Yeah, I could tell you the purpose of attempting it, one, is the practical benefit. I mean, if we could have convinced the Methodist Church to sell us their property, that would have helped. If we could have convinced the neighbor immediately to the north to sell us his property, would have done two things. One, it would have eliminated him potentially as being an objector because he would no longer be sitting next door. And in addition, we would have been able to use at least a portion of his property for some parking or other accessory use. And the further you go down the line, if we would have been able to assemble multiple parcels, at least two, then we would have been able to provide some additional parking. So I believe it's important to demonstrate first that the applicant has endeavored to acquire adjoining lands in order to provide for this additional parking. Also, there are variances with regard to the bulk standards as it relates to coverages, and I believe that it's helpful that an applicant demonstrate that they attempted to purchase adjoining land in order to help diminish the extent of the variance. And then likewise, if we could have purchased this land, I believe it would have been helpful to effectuate and satisfy one of the concerns, of course, that everybody's voiced, and that's sufficiency of parking.
But is
So-
there anything that you're going to argue legally that says that because you tried, that we now have to agree to, variances because your neighbors said they don't want to sell?
You know, it's funny. I'll share this with you. Many towns, like today I was just reviewing the development application for Frieden Township. In Frieden Township, they actually have a form letter that you have to send to the neighbors that says, I hereby offer to buy part of your property or all of your property or sell you my property in extent to alleviate variances. And then it says at the end of the notice, if you refuse, then I'll let the board know that you're not interested. And why is that? The purpose of submitting that inquiry to the neighbors is to demonstrate that the applicant has endeavored to try and address the concern about the variance by expanding the land. And that because they were unable to acquire adjoining land, that represents a practical difficulty justifying it as a C1 hardship as relates to the bulk standards.
Does
So,
Parsippany have that?
you know, it's interesting, Parsippany does not. Lincoln Park does. Jefferson Township, I believe, does. Not every town. It kind of like flows from the case law associated with hardship variances. And some towns have made it easy for homeowners, presumably, to send these requests out. We thought it was helpful.
We generally have asked the buy-sell question.
Oh, does it?
I'm sorry?
We generally have asked the buy-sell question when it's appropriate.
I couldn't hear.
We generally ask the buy-sell question, is what they were just talking about, is when it's appropriate in an application in front of the board.
Could I ask a question? When was the start date of your second prayer service?
What was the start?
Second is 7:30 evening.
No. What was the date
Oh,
of
when
your
did you go
second?
on?
When did you start
For
that?
Friday, right?
Yes.
I
The two.
believe we did time change. What the time was changing?
I thought it was in the summer, like August.
No, we just did time change.
November.
November.
Oh, in November.
This past November?
Yes.
One more question. I want to just get back to when he said that, some people could come over a month or two and stay. Is there anything in the ordinance that says, that differentiates between an apartment complex to a long-term, extended stay residency? Like a hotel that says, we'll rent you month by month, or 2 month by 2 month, as opposed to a residential that normally it's more lengthy.
I don't know the answer to that.
State of Energy allowed
Is
to
there-
have a
is there
1 month to
short-term-
month lease.
I don't think so.
Is there a short-term rental provision in the ordinance?
You have to look
I
it up.
have month.
Okay.
Well, you said it.
Can I just want to clarify something. You said you went from one Friday service to 2 Friday services this past November.
No, timing change. My service was changed almost last year, maybe before summer. Yeah,
So-
summertime.
So you're saying
I
that...
changed the timing on this time change. November, I changed the slot
No,
time.
we're asking about when you went from one service to 2
Yes.
services. When was that?
Last summer.
2025 summer?
Okay.
2025, is that?
And can you get a little closer than summer?
I can
Beginning of
find
summer,
out.
end of summer?
Well, the reason we summer, because summer have a longer days.
No. What I'm saying is, did you make the change in the beginning of the summer or the end of the summer?
July, here's my secretary telling me.
Okay, because testimony on July 30th said there were 2 meetings on Fridays. So you couldn't have changed in July. If on July 30th, we had testimony that there were 2 meetings.
2 meetings?
2 services on Friday.
Yeah. So it's been changing before July then.
Right, it was changed before July.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, just a couple other questions. On the worship, you indicated that the worship hall is 38 by 47.
Prayer hall.
Prayer hall, sorry. Which is about half of that room that's
No,
separated by
more-
the accordion?
Less than that.
Sorry?
Less than that.
Well, okay.
Okay. we
I'm
say
not going
about-
to argue.
Okay. I have a square footage written over there.
Okay, I was on your website last year, and I have some screenshots during services where that accordion door is open and the room is full of worshipers. Can you tell me how often that happens?
That twice a year. It's just like, you know, it's Eid, we call Eid. It is celebration of Ramzan. It is very, very holy and very big day in our religion.
And when is that?
It's going to happen after Ramzan right now.
What month is that?
It changes every year, 10 days different, like you follow. This is going to be, I believe, this year is going to be a March 18 or 17, something like that.
Okay, so that was Ramadan, when you needed the full...
Ramzan is finishing on that day.
Okay.
And we're going to celebrate the Ramzan, and that day will be. That's called Eid, E-I-D.
Now, you said that the chairs for the people who are physically unable, you've got 10 to 12 chairs?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, because prior testimony was 20.
We have 20, but we don't use it. It is a storage space for us. We keep them over there, but we never use more than four chair to 5 chair every prior.
Okay.
Having a 20 chair doesn't mean 20 people go there.
Okay.
You know, we have a youth comes over here, and the counseling happen on those chairs as well. It's a privacy, nobody hear what's going on, and that's why that's the chairs are.
Okay. The agreement that you had with United Methodist Church,
Yes, sir.
did you get a zoning permit for that? Which is required by the town. You need a zoning permit to make that arrangement.
I don't know, I just understand it. Two parties agree what they want to do, and they sign off. I think sufficient for me.
Well, the issue is if United Methodist didn't have the spare parking spaces to give you, then zoning would get involved.
It's not spare parking. You have to understand what agreement says. Agreement says when your service, which is especially Friday, and we have nothing going on Friday, so you're welcome.
I understand the practicality of it. What I'm asking is, did you get a zoning permit that's required by the ordinance to do that?
No.
Okay.
I would point out, Mr. Lemanowitz, that originally when the application was filed, the Methodist Church was included in this application. So we had expanded the application to include the Methodist Church, their parking. So it would have been considered by this board in conjunction with this site plan. But as you may recall, the president of the Board of Trustees for the church stood up at the mic and basically rescinded that.
Right.
So-
What I'm trying to understand is, was the agreement zone compliant in the first place?
Well, it would have been determined by this board. So the fact that the president of the Board of Trustees came here and rescinded it, it never got that far. So to answer your question is, it was submitted here for the consideration of this board, but eventually the entire thing was withdrawn when they rescinded their agreement.
Okay. You said there's a guard on Preston. Is the guard just across people the street, or to?
No, he watches. His job is just to make sure nobody's mailbox blocked, nobody's driveway blocked, nobody park wrong places, and people don't walk in the middle of the road.
And when was that arrangement made?
I think a month and a half.
A month and a half ago. All right, that's all the questions I have right now. Thank you.
I have a question.
So do I.
During the prayer service, the women are not in the same room as the men. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Where do the women pray?
We don't have a many women, maybe 4 or 5. They they put a rug wherever they feel comfortable, where the men is watching. Sometimes they pray in the kitchen, some in the hallway, some downstairs.
So there isn't a separate room
No,
for
no,
the
for the
women
women,
to
no.
pray?
No, women
So they
is
can
not
go- They can go
encouraged to-
anywhere?
Excuse me?
They can go anywhere in the
Where they are
mosque?
2, 3 together, where they're comfortable to play. Sometimes they do in the classrooms.
And what is the total number of women that you have found to be at your prayer services, especially on Friday?
Friday, maybe not more than, I don't know, first prayer maybe 2, 3, and 6, 7. I don't really count women, I don't go that area.
I've got a couple of questions too, I guess, if we're going to go that route. So the concept is very admirable with the fireman's home especially, but if you look at the fireman's home, we could talk about that. The size of the property there is conducive to doing what they're doing.
That's why I'm not making that big.
What's that?
That's why I'm not making that big property.
Oh, no, even regardless of that, it's still big for the property you have now. So you said there's 111 spots we figured out earlier. The first prayer on Friday, there's 100 people, so even if they took their own car, it should be enough spots. And then the second one is 115 to 125. So that too would be close, even if everybody had one car. So now we're going to go and we're going to try to put this big building onto that. And you made the point of you want to be good to your faith, which is admirable, but your neighbors as well. So making it more of an issue by adding all that extra residents seems to me that it's just going to worsen the problem, which we've all discussed before. And then one other thing you mentioned, you said you had 52 people on the list already to live there. So previously, we were told that it would be open to everyone, and anybody could live in there, but now if it was open to somebody if there's 52 people on the list.
First of all, first question is this, that you're asking, I'm adding another 28 apartments, what going to happen those people? My understanding, people I spoke, they rather like to live here and have no car. So I know I cannot guarantee you that, but I'm encouraging people who have no car, like I said, it's expensive, they don't have to go nowhere, and I am not participate that everybody going to have a car. That's me. Second answer your question is this, that, what was the second question?
There's 52 people on the
Yeah.
list, and you have 28
50
apartments.
people, out of 50 people, that was 3 years ago. So they are not waiting for me anymore. So when times come, we have an open list for everybody. Whoever comes, sign it, and then we have to do a merit basis.
Oh, okay, well,
Not mentioning the 6 apartment or go for low income automatically. This is not, I have control on it.
All right, well, the way you presented it was you had 52 people on the list currently. That's the way I took it, so I guess I misheard.
Are you?
No, my point was when I mentioned 52, I just said demand. The people was looking to have that kind of facility when I ran this idea to the center. Not that 52 people particular going to get the apartment. We don't know they are around right now because I delayed the project 3 years now.
Okay, I'm just going based on what you had stated.
So who is going to be answering questions about if and how the COA units? Is that going to be somebody, do you have COA units?
Well, we have a planner that will address that specifically, but Mr. Kokar can address this. Now, he was not finished with his testimony.
Okay.
It started out with the board engineer asking questions, and then it kind of kept going. I didn't want to interrupt, but
All right, we'll go
we
later.
do have a few more questions for him. So, Mr. Kokar, before we get into the COA issues, there is a couple more questions I had with regard to the senior component. Now, you had mentioned just now in your testimony that, at least from what you've examined, many of the people that you're proposing or that are interested, I should say, in leasing these units don't drive. Now, what accommodations will you make on behalf of ICC, or will ICC make, in order to provide services for transportation for residents? What do you have in mind?
Issue comes over here that, people going to stuck in the apartment, There is always substitute how you address the problem. And there's not every question have an answer. But of course, on your best ability, you can address the issue before it get too late. We have a van which is carry 16 passenger, 18 passenger, which we intend to utilize, which we still using it, and crowd area when get too many people, we bring the people to the center. We are offering to take those people for the shopping, for the sightseeing if they're willing to go somewhere. And in case of situation where we have Friday prayer going on and everything is a car up in there and person has to go somewhere, we have a responsibility to provide accommodation to that person. He or she may be not able to drive their own car, but there's no way they can sit over here, can go anywhere. Even somebody is praying and somebody is not praying that time. That's why we have two congregant. If I am praying my first prayer, that 2-3 people from my volunteer, they are wandering around and walking around, make sure they address the issue. When their turns come, then we have 3-4 people also sitting and address the issue if something happen. So that's the solution we have, find those people who can live with us.
Now, who would provide the van? Who would pay for the van, and how?
Van is the property of IBSA, and we have a CDL driver who's going to drive this car.
All right, and would there be any charge to the residents for this service?
No, that's only strictly for the people who live in this and not public transportation.
Okay, so you would make that available for all of the residents in conjunction with their occupancy. Now, let's talk about the occupancy, because then we're going to go into the COA aspect of these units. Could you put the plan back, the one that had the units? The residents, That's right. Hey, do you want to come lend us a hand on the architectural for the units? Yeah, Ed will produce the residential units.
That's great.
There you go. All right, now, in total, you're providing for 28 of these one-bedroom apartments.
Right.
Of which you're required to provide 6 of those to be deed restricted for persons of low, moderate income status so that the township can get credit for that. Now, the regulations will require that you engage the services of an entity that would market these on the open market, and then presumably there would be a lottery after persons were qualified. Do you understand that as part of that requirement, there may be people that, I'll say, quote-unquote, win the lottery that would not be of your faith, but that would want to take up occupancy here? And how can you address the concern as far as people being able to rent those units?
Well, I understand that, like I say, my door is open for everybody. We have a rule and regulation describe very clearly our lease, as they're willing to, respect our lease. I have no problem, they can live with us.
Okay, but you understand you wouldn't be able to hand-pick those people. That would be done by lottery.
By lottery, I know
And
how it
perhaps somewhere along the line, the township would then, on releasing, would have their own list and then be able to designate it potential tenants.
That's right.
Now, this is all for rental, correct?
Correct.
There's no for sale units.
Nothing for sale.
So let's talk about the market that you're looking to attract for these units. Now, noting that the units are some 722 square feet, can you tell us, while it may not be binding, but what type of rents are you anticipating charging for these units?
Ongoing rent, I have a rental unit in Boonton, and Boonton and Parsippany is two different entities. They can't compare each other. So looking my existing rent roll from Boonton, I think average rent will be $2,000, providing meal and everything. That's average. But again, don't hold me responsible that somebody that this date you said 2,000, now you're charging 2,100. You ask me question, I'm giving them my best guess.
Okay, so is it fair to say then that one could anticipate these are not going to be rented for $4,000 apiece, considering their...
Nobody going to live 4,000. I think the community I'm focusing, the list I have, I'd be lucky if they give me $2,000.
Okay, now, is that something that you believe would be a number that somebody in your community or just generally in Parsippany would be able to afford based upon what people earn in retirement.
My survey shows people I ask, they are comfortable with this rent.
Now, is it fair to say that the rental that you just described and the people that you would anticipate to rent these units was a motivating factor for the size of the unit and the accommodations that you're providing?
I guess so. They are aware of what I'm doing.
So in other words, you designed these units to be quote-unquote affordable, despite the fact that they're not all designated as affordable units.
That's true.
Okay. Now, let's take a look at that, the parking exhibit, if you don't mind, if you can just bring that up. Now, we have a certain number of spaces that are located under the building that will be reserved presumably for people that live in the building. Is that your understanding, or do you have other plans in mind?
Well, given the nature of this circumstances, I'm living, that's the only option I have.
Okay, so is it fair to say then that the residents, whoever has a car, would have, I'd say, first option to park under the building to have covered parking?
That's true. It's going to be designated parking, and they be pretty much aware of what we're expecting from them and what they're expecting from us.
Now, you were here this evening during the testimony of Mr. Carty regarding the lifts and the ability to provide for another 22 on-site parking spaces, and I realize there's some technical information that's requested, but just generally speaking, of these 22 spaces, would you be agreeable to require that these spaces be reserved for the unit residents? In other words, for people that are renting these units.
Well, first of all, these units, these stackers will be all the time up position, empty. No need to be store the car over there because there's enough parking downstairs. Even the resident and the guys who are going to come for prayer. I just told you that give and take, not more than 10, 15 people come, and there's not more than 10 cars, one given times come.
Now, before you go any further, I want to ask on that, because that's very important. Now, you had indicated previously regarding your prayer services during the week that you would have anywhere between 10, maybe 15 people at any given time.
Right.
Now, apart from these Friday afternoon services, can you tell us the availability of on-site parking at your facility as it exists today?
This is all the time availability. We can accommodate today at this time near about 150 people, 120 people.
Okay, so is it fair to say that apart from Friday afternoons, this parking lot is, say, 90% empty?
It's only we have the parking lot full 3 hours every week Friday. That's it.
So let's talk about that window of 3 hours. When does that 3 hours start, and when does the 3 hours end?
We start first prayer 12:30, and 12:15 people start coming. And then it's finished 1 o'clock, and 1:10 everybody's gone. The next prayer.
So before you go, so it's a half hour
Yeah.
for the first prayer, and by 10 minutes later, everybody's gone. Now, what do you do as far as being the administrator of this facility to help, let's just say, expedite these people to leave the facility? Are they asked to leave? What do you do in order to make sure that the
We don't do, they leave voluntary. Nobody has a reason, nobody has the time to stay over here. Matter of fact, it's amazing. Our service start 12:30. And realistically, nobody, mostly people, only 25% people come. 75% people come to 1:45, 12:45, 12:50. That's people start coming. 10 minutes they spend time with Imam, and 5 minutes for the prayers, 50 minutes, and they run. And Quran said very clearly it describes when Friday prayer call, run to the mosque. And minute prayer finish, God order us, go and find your rizq, mean go to work. Run for the work. It is described clearly, and people follow the same rule. So they are gone. I don't have to tell them to leave. They leave. The only delay it takes when they exit on the South Bavarick. If somebody's coming, they have to wait in order to get out, but that's about it.
So let's talk about the second prayer service in the afternoon on Fridays. When does that start?
Second start 1:30, and 1:30 you can have it 10% people, because nowadays people coming from lunch. So they come 1:40 or 1:30 start, 1:40, 1:45, and then prayer finish 2 o'clock. So, and then again 10 minutes everybody's gone.
Okay, so is it fair to say then by, say, 2:15 in the afternoon, and I realize the time fluctuates depending on the time of year, that primarily the facility is empty?
That's the real thing.
Okay, so now we have this window of time when you have this demand. Now, you had mentioned that you engage the services of I'll say, a security guard, and yet, even though you may have parking on site, people are still parking on Preston.
I think Preston people go before that the people come from the parking. Because they have to go to run, they have to go to work, and they run faster than everybody.
All right, so now let's talk about your anticipated use of this lift parking. And how would you anticipate that the residents would be able to use these spaces and then be able to, let's just say, enable that vehicle to be elevated and then likewise make that space available? So why don't you tell us what you have in mind?
See, I own the rental property long before I start this project, and there's certain rules or regulation you have to tell your tenants, and they obey it. Like Boone and I said, it's your responsibility to clean the sidewalk. And they do, because it's said in the lease. They can't say, oh, I cannot do that, no matter what. That's the responsibility. There's certain rules. You cannot leave the recycling over there. If you do, you pay charges, so they take care of the recycling. Same scenario, same principle apply on this method, because you tell your tenant, look, you're going to rent this apartment, this rent. There's our condition. You cannot do this. You cannot be drinking in this institution. You cannot be smoking this area. You cannot do party over here. And same token, in every Friday, 2 hours, your car will be up on the air. However, if you want to go somewhere, you can park on the side. If not, be up there. Any emergency, you call me. I have a guy in the car. He take you where I want to go. So only 3 hours every Friday you have to understand. And then 12, let's say the prayer start 12:30. 12 o'clock, our job is to make all those cars we agreed upon, signed parking lot has up in the air. While they are up in the air, anybody can go downstairs, underneath park and pray and go home. When the prayer is done, we can go lower that down, and everybody, it doesn't matter, it takes half an hour coming down and up, because we have enough time and enough understanding that they understanding what are getting into it.
All right, so is it fair to say then it would be somebody that's in authority, or somebody that's associated with ICC, in conjunction with the operator of the rental facility, that would assure that these vehicles were elevated prior to the start of this Friday prayer?
Absolutely. We have right now we have a security guard. He take care of the Preston Road, but who will take care of the parking? Our volunteer. Their job, they come early, they make sure everybody park right. Everybody, they have to fill certain spot before they start parking everywhere. So we have a discipline. We have a rule, a regulation which we implement, and it works.
Now, one of the board members had raised the concern that it would necessitate you having a key for these automobiles. Would that be something that you would implement as well to make sure that you had
If
access?
the person been taking care of his need, that he has emergency, has to go visit hospital or whatever, we are providing why why we have to give him a key, why we have to his key. He had a key because he knows 3 hours he cannot bring his car down. It's been told, it's no surprise, it's without telling him doing something. He's pretty much aware of.
Now, there was also concern voiced that there would be children running around the parking lot or climbing on top of these devices, and it potentially could cause trouble.
Well, it's funny, people have a lot of concern. We have a lot of trees, and I see children here on the tree. I can't cut the tree because DPA don't let me touch the tree. And kids are up there. So who is responsible with those kids up on the air? It's my job to chase them. Same token over here. We have security guys walking and say, guys, come down. You're not supposed to climb the tree. And same scenario goes over the guy, don't touch it, go inside. What are you doing outside? Like I said, my neighbor has a complaint, hey, 11 o'clock you're playing a basketball. Happen once, happen never, because make sure nobody in the parking lot playing with a basketball. No neighbor going to disturb. Same thing, I have a person on the parking lot at night time, especially Ramadan is the time when kids go outside. We make sure they don't fool anything, they don't go anywhere. They stay in the masjid or go home. They cannot allow to move around. It's not a playground. Parking lot is not a playground. Everybody's aware of. Even today, no kid go play over there.
Okay. I don't have anything further, Mr. Kokar, at this time, so we can open them to questions to the board and the public.
Board members?
Yeah, I have some questions about the COA. So, and I don't know the answer, but, so they're all one-bedroom units. It's 20% for COA?
Yes.
Okay.
6%.
Why don't they need to have 2 and 3 bedroom units available too? Is that because they have none in the building? Isn't there
No,
silos?
the rule is when you have age-restricted housing, I believe you have to have some 2 bedrooms, but they don't have to have 3.
Is your planner going to deal with that?
Yes, our planner is the...
So he'll have an answer to that.
She'll answer the question.
Okay, so then my next question is, I thought the gentleman said something about in his facility in Boonton, that he could have something in the lease that says no alcohol? Did you say that? I'm sorry?
No, I think this facility, we can put in the lease certain rules or regulations they have to follow. My lease says in Boonton, no smoking.
Okay.
And nobody smokes.
Okay, but what about like things like, especially for the COA units? Are people allowed to bring pork into an apartment?
Excuse me?
Is somebody who's living in one of the units, are they allowed to bring pork or alcohol?
You want to rent this apartment?
Yes.
When you point, I give you a lease, then you see what is rules or regulation.
Don't the
I'm
state
sorry,
allows
what did you
that?
say? I'm sorry.
The state law?
So
I'm sorry,
you could answer me that.
No, I answered your question because what COA allow, what state of New Jersey allow me to do, I put on the lease.
I don't actually know the answer to that, if
Well,
the religion
the COA
overshadows the COA. I don't know the answer.
Well, neither do I. I don't have a COA units.
But you're
You haven't
applying.
approved me yet, and I have no COA units.
I know, but you're applying, so I'm just curious.
I'm applying, like I said, there's a rule or regulation state of New Jersey we have to follow. Like I said, Mr. Shepard's made very clear, there's a lottery system, is not my control.
Right.
It comes from the state or the town, right? And same, who's going to do a lottery system, then giving me a rule or regulation of what I can't, what can I do. Not you know, I don't know. You don't know and I don't know.
No, I just want to know I would like to know the answer.
You want to know answer because we both don't know the answer.
Well, that's why I'm asking them.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I think you're asking me questions.
No, in general, I don't know the answer. You
I'm
might.
going to rephrase your question.
Sure.
Is it your intent to limit the lease? Is it your desire to have provisions in the lease that would be consistent with the Muslim?
I have to consult to a legal opinion before I answer your question. I am not aware what I can't do it.
So is it your testimony that you do not intend to have any provisions in your lease that would be inconsistent with what's required by New Jersey law?
I have to follow New Jersey law, that's correct.
So if New Jersey law would prohibit you from having any provisions in your lease restricting...
I have to follow it. New Jersey law is asking me to provide a low incomes, correct?
Okay, so...
I have to follow it.
So your testimony is that
What
none
is
of
the-
your lease provisions are going to violate any New Jersey statutory
Correct,
provision?
I can't.
Or any federal housing regulations?
Correct, I can't.
Okay.
So you understand, the core rules primarily designed around rent costs versus or in relationship to income levels. It doesn't really get into the philosophy or religion of those tenants.
I know.
So you're going to have age-restricted small units, your planner will testify in terms of what the requirements are, and you have to live by them. Simple as that.
That's a reality.
I just have a question. And first, I apologize for jumping in earlier when I wasn't quite my
It's
turn.
all right.
I just want to verify, going back to the 2 Friday services, what is your typical, and I'm not talking during holiday, what is your typical count of people for the first Friday and second Friday service?
I just mentioned Friday.
I was writing. I didn't.
Almost Friday is 100 plus minus 10. Friday first one.
So Friday's 100
Yeah,
plus or
plus-
minus.
plus,
And again,
plus.
I know it's plus or minus.
And the second one 150 plus minus 10.
Okay, and you're aware that prior testimony said that the first was between 150 and 180, and the second was between 80 and 100.
It depends on the time of the day. You're talking about in these days.
I'm
It
talking
changes.
about the 2 Friday services.
It changes every time of the year. I mean, right now we have discount.
Okay,
Summertime is going.
I'm just going by testimony because we're going to get into parking, and I'm trying to understand how many people are involved.
Sir, there is no way I can give you exact number. That's what you're looking for, because like I said, before we have a 200 people, 250 people. Since I changed the time, now we have 100 to 150 people. The question is this is going to change as time goes by. But having said that, I also mentioned I am expecting less crowd because there's 2 new mosques open. One is the Livingston, and one is going to be close to Marstown. Once I have these 2 people, those 2 towns are not going to come in my masjid.
Okay, thank you.
And that helped me also reduce because we have 2 mosques in Parsippany beside me.
All right, thank you.
We have any other questions from the board?
Just hold on a second, sir. We're going to do the same thing we did the last time. We're going to let Mr. Mills go first.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson and members of the board. Mr. Kokar, you mentioned that the Islamic burial service has a trading as known as the Islamic Community Cultural Center?
Yes. DBA.
Pardon me? DBA?
Yes. Doing business as ICC, Islamic Community
All right, so
Culture
the
Center.
ICC then is not a separate entity?
No.
It's an alter ego for the burial service?
Yes, sir.
And the ICC then actually operates the mosque, is that correct?
Sort of, not 100%.
What is the governance of the mosque? How does it function?
In what capacity?
Practically speaking, I mean,
Practical speaking,
are there staff?
No.
Then
There's
how-
no staff, there's no get paid person, there's a volunteer including myself. We have an imam, he doesn't charge anything, regular prayer. He will come pray in time which is listed our web, and everybody knows certain prayer going to be certain time. Whoever come pray and go home.
The mosque is not staffed 24 hours a day?
Mosque is not open 24 hours a day.
Is there a director of sorts? I mean, anyone in charge?
I am the in charge over there.
Are you also, do you have a similar facility in Bhutan?
No, I live in Boonton. I belongs to Islamic Center in Boonton, but not anymore.
I'm sorry, say that
I
again.
used to be part of Islamic Center of Boonton, not anymore,
And why is that?
because I'm busy here.
Then your sole occupation is the operation of the ICC?
Yes, sir.
The Islamic Burial Service, you indicated, is a 501c3,
That's true.
which makes it charitable.
Right, sir.
And it is operated by a board of trustees.
Yes,
You said 5.
yes.
You are one.
I'm the president, I'm the one.
Who are the others?
Other is two my son, two other guys.
Two of your sons?
Two my son and two other guys, 4 of the other people.
Is the burial service a New Jersey corporation?
Yes,
The IBS, the Islamic Burial Service, needs, like any organization, funding to operate. Is that correct?
that's correct.
What is the source of the funding for the burial service?
We own the graves. Islamic Burial Service Association owns the grave. When they sell the grave, their revenue helps to run the ICC.
Where did the money come from for the IBS to purchase the graves?
I paid my personal money, 2011, $1.2 million.
And where did that come from? I'm sorry.
I am the one resource to buy those on my personal money.
You basically advanced $2 million to the IBS?
$1.2 million.
1.2, I'm sorry. Okay. And with that, the IBS purchased graves in
Almost 1,000, 2,000 graves.
3 or 4 different cemeteries. I
Right.
In your religion, are the bodies buried in human form, or are they cremated?
Buried, no cremation.
In the administration of the burial rites, what, if any, role does the IBS perform?
IBS is just a coordinator between the family of deceased and the cemetery and the funeral director.
You indicated that yes, you did. You indicated a funeral director is involved. Is it the same funeral
We
director?
just coordinate, we just arrange all the process to the person, the family do not have to call 3 different people, they call only me, IBSA, and IBSA make all arrangement.
Yes, you need a declaration of death as well, correct?
I don't need it, family need it, and funeral director had to produce.
And who performs that aspect of it?
Funeral director, license of state of New Jersey.
And that has to be performed by a medical doctor, does it not?
Medical doctor just signed the death certificate, he does not do anything. Matter of fact, we have to chase them.
Does the IBF derive any income in the performance of these services that you talked about?
No, except selling the grave.
Now, there was some testimony earlier from your son when questions came up regarding the body washing. And I know you indicated some sensitivity in that regard, but when the body washing was occurring, was there a charge preferred for that service?
No.
It was performed gratuitously by the...
This is all done, everything Islamic Center does, voluntary, free of charge, even offering a prayer is no charge for that.
So the body washing is gratuitous.
Was, we don't do anymore.
Is that service taken over by another entity?
Funeral director does that.
So the funeral director must be someone schooled in the religion of Islam, is that correct?
They are mostly all the Muslims.
All of them are?
All the funeral directors which use our services, they are all Muslim. They're pretty much aware what we need.
How is the, and I know this is not central to the issue before this board, but how is the pricing for the graves structured?
It's written on our web. You can go look at it, www.ibsanj.org.
I could do that, but I don't have a laptop.
Well, I don't have to remember all the prices.
You don't recall?
I have a million things to do. I don't want to say, tomorrow you can say, you said this, but it's that.
Is it your testimony then that the burial washing is permanent, body washing, excuse me, is permanently terminated?
Like I said, made it very clear, I'm under investigation, Attorney General of State of New Jersey. I cannot make any comments on that one.
All right. Well, let's say the reason I ask is because I believe that use of the property would constitute an entirely new and separate, in other words, a third use. You've got the mosque use, the proposed residential use, and I believe the body washing constituted a third use requiring yet another variance, my opinion. If you are cleared on this investigation, would it be your intention to reinstitute the body washing?
I have to follow the Parsippany Town ordinance before I do that.
I'm not sure I understand what that answer means.
Anything I do, I have to go through this proper procedure, and the procedure I have to go to a town of Parsippany and see what they let me do or not.
Well, in a perfect world, would it be your intention to reinitiate the body washing?
My perfect word is I like to do every son take care of their own father and every daughter take care of their mother. You have to understand, we are the Muslim and you are not very much aware what we allowed to do, what we should do. So it is very hard for to understand what is our religion asks us to do it.
At the time the service was being performed, I take it you did not have, you meaning the IBF did not have a zoning approval for that, did they?
Town Parsippany doesn't have any zoning restriction on that one.
The real property on South Beverwick Road is owned by the IBF.
Correct.
Does IBF own any other real property?
Yes.
Where?
It is a part of application. You have to know those things.
Well, I asked because I would like to know why you couldn't cite this residential proposal on other property owned by the IBF.
But I think that right now we are talking about certain particular property. Let's stick to this property.
Why you want this property? Why you want the residences here on this property? In other words, he's asking you why this property.
This property, if you're asking why I'm building the building on this property, this has more room, and like I said, very made it clear, that's the only property provide people while they're living and worship together. They have access each other without worry about driving and worry about rain or snow.
Well, if you would be so kind as to enlighten me as to where the other property is, then we could judge the proximity of the two.
Well, other property at 920 South Beverwick Road, which is across the street.
And what is situate, if anything, on that property?
A house, single-family house.
Rented?
No.
Empty?
Yes. We leave that house because during Ramadan, we have a lot of scholars come over here for giving a lecture at night. We need to provide them accommodation. So providing them accommodation, the hotel, paying the hotel, and then car and driving back and forth, providing a food, that's a very practical place we have for them. They can live, we can provide food, they can just walk. No excuse, I got stuck in the traffic, I cannot make it.
Under questioning by Mr. Shepis, you attempted to describe how the residential facility would relate to the operation of the mosque. And really what I'm hearing is that it doesn't relate to the operation of the mosque, but if it were to be permitted by the board, the mosque would service those residents. Is that correct? It's really the reverse.
If you are trying to understand that residence buildings, what role they're going to play in the mosque, if that's your question, and I made it very clear that this facility have a chance, people can come in the banquet hall and the mosque and participate in the prayers and also sitting with the people in the banquet hall and have a gathering, because I don't have a big room in the new building.
It's not really the form of a question, but I'll say it anyway. It seems to me that what you've described is a relationship where the mosque would support these 28 residential units and not... let me finish. And those units are not, in fact, supportive of the mosque.
Where you understand, I told you that mosque is going to support the building.
Right, the mosque would be supportive of these 28 residences.
No, not that sense which you're saying, economically or just physically. I don't understand your question.
All right, we'll move on. I'll go over it with your planner. You are aware, obviously, of the overflow parking problems caused on the neighborhood streets on the Friday, occasions of the Friday services. That's right? Is that correct?
Neighborhood
Pardon me?
Neighborhood street has a legal parking. We're not doing anything illegal.
I didn't say you were. I just simply said you're aware of the problem with the overhead parking on the neighborhood streets.
Well, we addressed the issue. We have only 7 cars over there this Friday.
Now, you told us a moment ago that the second Friday service, based on the division between the Arabic service and the English service, the second service, the more populous one, only generates 150 people. Is that correct?
150 people, that's correct.
Yes, but you also said in that same breath that the parking lot was full.
Yeah.
So how does it come to be that 100...
What makes you think 150 people driving 150 cars? I also said that many people do a carpool.
Right, so each parishioner, if you will, each...
I think 150 people, if fair to say 100 cars, 110 cars.
But enough to fill the lot and cause other members of the congregation to seek parking.
Even the lot is
elsewhere.
not full, people still park the Preston because they're convenient, and there's a legal parking. I cannot tell them to not park.
I understand that.
Well,
However,
then you shouldn't be asking me this question then.
It has been related to you, has it not, that the parking has caused problems for the
Sir,
residents?
with all due respect, we're talking about half an hour, 1 hour, maybe half an hour on the Preston Street every Friday.
But nevertheless, issues...
And we provide a security guard, he takes care now.
Have you been made aware of any of these parishioners' cars being ticketed for obstructing fire hydrants or things of that nature?
Well, ask Tom, they're the one who give the ticket, I don't.
Uh-huh.
If you drive more than over speed, you get a ticket, right? If you do wrong parking, you should get a ticket.
Right, but at what...
But you don't blame me if somebody
At
parked
what level
wrong.
of inconvenience to the people that are visited with this, correct?
In 1986, I drove this South Bever Road, there was hardly any car. Today, 5 o'clock, you can't cross the car because cars coming. Population increase. How you address that issue?
Are you aware of any other mosques that have residential facilities
No, sir, I don't.
coexistent with them?
Excuse me?
Are you aware of any other mosques that have residential facilities coexistent with them?
I said I don't.
Okay. You also said earlier that this residential facility would be supportive because it would have a vestibule where people could get out of their cars and go into the mosque. Is that correct?
People don't get from the car and go to the mosque? That's what I said?
I don't know. I'm asking you. Forgot.
No, I just said the residents don't have to drive in order to pray. They can just go from this building, have access to go to a prayer hall and pray.
Meaning from the classroom in the prayer hall? And
No. Classroom has nothing to do. The prayer hall is connecting to the first floor of the new building.
Correct.
So they can go from first floor to walk to the prayer hall, not going to the classrooms.
By elevator, correct?
Elevator coming from third floor to second floor. Once the second floor, they can walk, or they can use a wheelchair one way or another.
Therefore, we can conclude that the residential facility is not critical to the operation of the mosque, particularly since your first version of the plans showed the residential facility as entirely detached from the mosque, correct?
Your interpretation is attached.
The current plan shows it attached. The prior plan did not.
Well, like I said, as we go along, we try to address the issue of the people and the neighbor. That's why we came in this idea that reduce the one apartment, 29 to 28, reduce one complete floor instead of 3 stories, 2-story now.
I'm sorry, I just need a minute here. The 722 square foot apartments will be rented at $2,000 a month, is that right? You indicate the rent will be $2,000 a month?
2,000 approximately of the renter.
And is that sort of a blended rate, including the 6 affordable units?
I am no control on the 6 apartments because that's a low income. That's dictated by the town and the state.
So at least 22 apartments will be at $2,000 a month, and the affordables may be at something less.
Yes.
Since the IBF had no income prior to this, other than from the sale of the grave sites, what plans do you have, speaking from your position as trustee of the IBF, to do with this income?
What I'm going to do with this income?
Yes.
I'm going to pay my loan borrowed to build this building.
Pay your loan back?
Yeah, to borrow money to build this this building to pay back.
I see. Do any of the trustees draw a salary?
Nobody draws salary.
The operational expenses such as legal, accountant, and that sort of thing are?
All the utilities, everything paid by IBSA.
Yes, but those expenses are covered by the sale of the grave sites?
Yes.
How many grave sites do you own, IBF?
Maybe I still have 1,000. I'm not sure, but you asked me a question, I was not ready for that answer.
Right. In addition to the religious services, I think we heard previous testimony, this being the 4th hearing, that events are held at the facility, did we not?
Yes.
And those would be, for example, weddings,
Right.
birthdays,
Right.
that sort of thing. On the occasion of those events, is the parking lot overfilled also?
We never have more than 100 people this event because we cannot accommodate in our banquet hall.
Right, and I understand that you anecdotally believe that of these 28 apartments, not everyone will have a car, but they do have the right to have a car, and if they did have a car, and you had either the second Friday services or a large event, would that not put increased pressure for neighborhood parking off-site?
No, because we do not schedule our event on the Friday prayer or Fridays.
I'm simply asking you, sir, that if you had, let's say, the second Friday service and now added the burden, not my word, of the 28 units, and those owners, or a good portion of them, had automobiles, would that not worsen what I characterize as the parking problem?
Like I said, that if the people residents know that half an hour or 1 hour, what we agreed upon, the car is in the air and we have a second prayer. After prayer, they don't have to park upstairs. They come down on the floor, on the ground.
You stated that, and I think you stated rather, that you have a crossing guard?
Yes.
Right. And what function does that person perform?
He makes sure nobody's blocked, nobody's mailbox blocked, nobody's driveway blocked, people parking properly, and when they like to cross, he makes sure he's there.
How many days a week is that person performing this service?
He only comes Fridays.
Excuse me again. You have no personal experience with these elevated parking spots, do you?
No,
The only thing you know about them or how they operate?
I know that. My background is a mechanical engineer. I know how they works.
You know how they work?
Yeah.
But your experience with them regarding your application here is only based upon what the architect told you, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you are aware that your property is situate in one of the most sensitive zones in the township of
I
Parsippany?
do.
I think that's all I have. Thank you.
If I can just sneak in a clarification, on the birthday wedding thing, what was the size of the gatherings for the,
First of all those events you ask, we not schedule on the Fridays. They're mostly evening. And we give them a window where we know no prayer is be interrupted. And the gathering, we do not go more than maximum 100 people.
okay, you're aware that your website said 250 seats in the banquet?
We say 250 people, but we realize we cannot accommodate, we don't do that. That's experience.
All right, thank you.
There's something is written over there than reality is which I'm telling you. Because 200 people is a hazard for you, we realize, and we don't do that. That web is not fixed, that's a different story.
Okay, because again, that's just what was advertised on the website.
That's fine.
Update your website.
Yes, we'll do that. You see a web guy, you're listening me, you know? My son does that. There we go.
Any more questions?
I'm done, thank you.
Sir, you have a question of this witness on the testimony that he's given this evening?
Good evening. My name is Joe Sestaro. I live at 10 Trouville Drive. It's Cistaro. I've lived in the same neighborhood my whole life, which is adjacent to the property in question tonight. Thank you, Zoning Board, for your time, and thank you, Mr. Kokahar, for your testimony. My question is a very practical one, operational in nature and probably very timely, and apologies if it's been asked already. My question is about snow removal. Considering your site's constraints, do you have any plans for how you handle snow removal if we were to get a 15-inch storm? Where would you put all that snow? What would you do with the cars that are on site? How would you move them? And then what would you do if the next weekend another storm came with more snow? Where would you put that snow?
This is a Mother Nature act. We can't predict how we address the issue. We go as we along. Previously, snow we have, I personally myself clean everything. I have a truck which I do myself, and we push all the snow on the back. And if it happen again, if we have room, we can do that. If not, we pile it up that, like everybody does that.
And you'll be adding more space to the lot, so you're even constrained more. Just
Believe it or not, snow, not a lot of people want to come for prey.
okay. Another question came to mind based on something I heard by Mr. Taj tonight. I heard testimony where you mentioned that anyone is able to live in your facility regardless of faith, and then you said, as long as they follow the rules. Presuming you were referring to the conversation earlier about eating pork. Then you said, I'll follow whatever the state demands to the board in response to one of their questions. This seems conflicted. How do you resolve that?
The resolving, I give you an example. I don't eat pork. People do eat pork. We have a problem, right? But there's also rules. I cannot discriminate anybody. We live together.
You stated you wanted to discriminate against people, though. You said as long as they follow the rules, they can live in my units.
Same
and
thing
then you changed your tune, so you're talking out of both sides of your mouth.
Well, you can understand the way you like to understand, sir.
Could you just please identify yourself again, sir?
Nicholas Homyak. You made a statement. You said, New Jersey is asking me, in reference to the affordable housing. What law are you referring to?
Go on.
Is it a nonprofit house of worship's job to provide affordable housing under the law in the state of New Jersey?
I was told, I don't know.
It's not.
Maybe not.
When did you apply, this permit or your application for this development proposal, what date is on that proposal?
I believe it's 22.
22. In April 2021,
Maybe you're right.
Parsippany adopted the Highlands exemption ordinance. It's in chapter 205. As a nonprofit, you are entitled to an exemption, but for non-residential. That means dwellings that don't include residents.
Is there a question for this witness?
How does he get there's no law of New Jersey. What exemption gave him the right to ask for residential housing?
Do you understand that question, sir? Can you answer that question? Because this is your time to ask questions of this witness.
That's what I'm...
Can you repeat your question one more time, sir?
What? Your date is after when Parsippany adopted the Highlands exemption ordinance. You are a nonprofit house of worship. The exemption specifically for your designation is exemption number 6. Exemption number 6 specifies for non-residential. So how can you justify yourself in a recreation, conservation, wildlife zone to apply for affordable housing as a religious house of worship?
You finish your question?
Yes.
Answer is this, that the unit I'm building, they are not non-profit. I'm going to pay a tax on it.
You are a nonprofit.
I am a non-profit. The project is not non-profit.
It's not. If you're a nonprofit, you have to apply. Your exemption is for non-residential.
Sir, you asked me question and answered you. No, I'm sorry if you can't like my answer, but I gave you answer very fairly.
This is from your website. ICC vision is to be a model of the American Muslim community in which Allah is pleased. Does your community include nature, soil, water, and the planet's remaining biodiversity and respect for local neighborhood character?
Whatever you told, that's why state of New Jersey has a department, DPA. They are the one who dictate what you can't do it. So they're the very first we went over there and asked their permission. So apparently, if they don't have a concern, I'm okay with that. I'm sorry, but this answer is not going to satisfy you.
My question to you was, does your community include respect for nature, soil, water, and remaining biodiversity. The resource, the very resource that your property borders upon.
You have a house, sir? You live in the house?
Yeah, I live in a house.
Do you read the wood they have used their house, how many trees they have to cut to provide you the wood you're using it?
And what does that have to do with
That
my
has to
question?
do environment. The nature is there for us to serve us.
Oh,
And we have to follow the rules what the land permit to do that.
Okay. Did it ever, there was mention made here about the Methodists and how they pulled the carpet out from under you, and was even mentioned that you could have performed the lawsuit. Did you ever consider the fact that the Methodist Church retracted because of their respect for the neighborhood and the natural resource that borders their property?
Maybe you are right.
Okay, all right. And in the beginning, when you were talking, you're talking about old people. You want to make it easy for old people, and then you tied that in to your housing project, which only has 20% affordable housing. So as a nonprofit, you're not 100% affordable, which you could be. Your market will bear bare minimum affordable. But you also insinuated that that 20% would be old Islamic people who can pray in your space at their convenience. That's the way it sounded. So do you have a way that you're going to work this out that we don't know about? That 20% will be occupied by only people of your particular sect of Islam?
I have no control on this for 20%.
It's the way you made it sound.
I'm just saying loud and clear that 20% I have no control.
All right, so my final question, one more time, is your sense of community does not include respect for nature and the resource that your property borders upon.
If you think so, maybe you're right.
Well, that's what you said.
I said nothing. I said whatever I did, I follow the law of state of New Jersey.
You said nature was for us to do what we want.
Well, you eat the vegetable.
I think this is
you kill the chicken.
Life eats
becoming
other life.
argumentative, sir. It's becoming
All right,
argumentative.
that's it.
I would point this out, that we did secure a permit from the Department of Environmental Protection with regard to this proposal. So it was vetted by the DEP, and they did issue a permit. The permit was recorded with the county clerk, and it's included with the application package.
You have a question, ma'am? Could you step forward and state your name, spell your last name, please.
Sandy Lisofsky, Lisofski.
What's your address?
680 South Riverway.
You can move that down.
Thank you. So I do have a question, just bear with me, I want to put it into context. I know we've talked a lot about parking, which is obviously very important as we've had issues. Putting that aside a moment, the overall issue is thinking an apartment complex belongs in this neighborhood. I've been here
Do you have a
60
question?
years.
You have a question.
It's coming. You have to understand it. Been here 60 years, okay? I respect change, I respect diversity, and as you mentioned, 1986, since we've had a lot of traffic, a lot more trucks, all kinds of things. That being said, adding an apartment complex is not something else we want to embrace in this particular neighborhood. Why do you think you can come here asking for all of these different changes, variances, different conformities we have to change to, and think that's okay to be part of this community that we love and cherish for all this time? Tell me, what, in your opinion, how is this benefiting me and my neighborhood?
I'm sorry if you feel that way.
There's nothing to be sorry about.
But
I'm asking you
here's
why.
the thing, being
Yes.
a neighbor, we have to respect each other.
Absolutely,
As
and I
long
do.
we
Diversity.
don't
Just
step
let
any...
him answer your question.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Go ahead, answer the question.
So I was saying, as a neighbor, we respect each other. So I'm the neighbor. So if you decide to put addition in your home, that's your home, right? I can object, or I can't object, right? That's my right. And you're using your right, and I respect that. That's the answer I have for you.
But you're saying how you respect people and you want to do things for the community. How is this doing anything for
Sister,
this
you might
community?
not like my answer, but I answer you. I respect where you stand, but I don't have to be agree with you.
Okay. I think I got that.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Double Shah, 86 South Parliament Road. Disclosure, all the questions are from me as a personal.
We understand
Nothing
that.
from board.
Just ask
Okay,
your
thank you.
question.
You mentioned there were 2 mosques that came after your mosque.
One came after.
One came after. And I think that's a testament, right? We have 3 mosques, tons of temples, tons of synagogues and churches that Parsippany as a whole accepts everyone as long as we all follow the rule of law. There's no bias here.
Is there a
Can you agree?
question,
Yeah,
sir?
he related to a question to a bias. Do you foresee that this is a bias, this town hall that we're going through?
I don't see how that question
Because
is
at the
relevant.
beginning, it was
What
related
is your
to bias.
question about his testimony?
So that was part of the testimony where it came out to feel like, hey, this is a biased decision. Do you feel after 3 mosques, tons of temples, and churches, Parsippany welcomes all, that this forum is a biased forum?
I don't-
Do you feel this
I
is
don't
a biased
understand that.
forum against the decision and zoning?
Do you have an opinion? I don't think that's an appropriate question.
Okay,
sir.
fine. Next question. So, Parsippany is very large. Did you check any other options where retirement building with the associated mosque? We had another mosque created, but within, let's say, Halsey Road or by Liquid Church. Liquid Church did a fabulous job by creating the model way of going about bringing in the community. So did you investigate any other options apart from this property?
No.
Is there a future plan to?
No.
Okay, I think that answers the questions for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Mr. Shepis? Oh, is there somebody else coming? Okay.
We will take,
The hour's getting late, folks.
yes, and we
Okay,
will take
I'll just ask one more question
your
here.
question, and then
So my name is Vijay Namjoshi.
What's your name, sir?
Vijay Namjoshi.
How do you spell your last name?
Namjoshi.
And where do you live?
9 Haddonfield Drive.
What question do you have?
So, Mr. Coker, you said that your organization IBSA is registered under 501c3, correct? And the current property is completely owned by IBSA, is that correct?
It's called DBA, Doing Business as ICCC. It is a IBSA tax ID. It falls under IBSA umbrella.
Right, but does that mean IBSA is the legal owner of the property or no? Or someone?
Yeah.
Sorry?
What are your questions, sir? You have to speak loud so I can hear you.
Is IBSA the legal owner of the property? Correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So in that case, as per my understanding, the assets owned by the tax exempt organization should be only used for tax exempt purposes.
Yes.
Owning a commercial residential property is it a tax?
It's not tax. It's not 509c3. The new project is not falls under tax exempt status.
That's correct, but then it is on the property which is bought for the tax exempt purposes.
Yeah, I know, but that they're going to pay fair share money to the IBSA, whatever it costs to lease the property from them. IBSA need to be survive and sustain. So we have to reason to produce some income to sustain the IBSA. So the new project is going to pay fair share leasing land from IBSA to paying back to them. Yes, money overflow, they're going to pay tax.
Okay, I mean, as per my understanding, it doesn't look like that it can be
Well,
used for,
I'm
but not
speaking the
aware,
paper in front of you. You understand what you like, my friend. I answer you the best of my ability.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Shepis, we're done for the evening, correct?
I don't see anybody else in the audience that's coming up, and I don't have any other questions of Mr. Kokar this
So
evening.
I think you've probably understand the board's position with respect to preparation in advance of the next meeting.
Understood.
In terms of additional drawings, additional reports, and things of that nature.
Yes, sir.
We don't have a March date anymore, correct?
We do not.
So, you want a date to carry it to for purposes of noticing a new date, correct?
I would appreciate that.
But I would ask that you appear at that next date and advise the board at that time how much time you need to get all of the reports and plans done to make a full, complete presentation at the next hearing.
I do know that these plans are already well underway, and I don't anticipate that it will take as much time as you would imagine. I would imagine probably a month or so we'd be able to have everything ready. But that being said, if we can get a date sometime that we can be carried to, and then I'll have a date certain for you from there.
We're talking about the same thing we've done before. Just give a date for the
Yeah.
purpose of giving the next date, right?
March 4th.
All right, terrific. Well, here's the problem. March 4th, I have another meeting that I'm already engaged at, where I actually have two presentations at. Is there any other?
That's just a date.
Yeah, I know, but I can't physically be there because I'm going to be presenting two cases in
I think
Mon.
it would be helpful that you appear
I-
at the
I-
next date.
I'm sorry?
March 18th.
That works.
So the anticipation is that at the March 18th date, you'll be able to tell the board exactly when you expect to have all the additional documentation completed.
And perhaps they'll even be filed by that date.
Great. I think the board would very much appreciate that.
Okay.
Understood.
May we have a motion, please, to have Mr. Shepis come on March 18th?
So
that
moved.
we may give him the date.
So moved. Done.
You need an all in favor.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and just to be clear, I ask that notice be preserved and carried to the board's regular meeting of March 18, 2026 at 7:30 PM at the Municipal Building, 1001 Parsippany Boulevard, Parsippany, New Jersey, without further notice. I consent to an extension of time for the board to act through April 30th, 2026.
Great, thank you, Mr. Shepis.
Do we want to just tell the audience that that is not going to be a full-blown hearing, that is just to determine the date of the next full-blown hearing?
I think they understand that. I see a lot of nodding heads in the audience, so it sounds like they got the message. March 18th, just for the purpose of giving notice of the new date when there will actually be testimony. You need a motion to adjourn.
May we have a motion to adjourn, please?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good night, thank you.
Thank you.